Okay, good morning to all of you. Okay, so is it audible at the back? You are able to see also, right? ठीक है. So again, we're going to start the class for today, right? So today, how many of you have your first class for today? What? Acha, there are some people here. Okay, this is your first class. Okay. So today the topic for us is from GS3. We're going to do environment as well as disaster management. Okay. So first I'll just give you a brief outline of the syllabus. We have a very vast syllabus for environment. Have you seen the syllabus of mains? Okay, it's a very vast syllabus which has only 3 keywords. Okay, you only have 3 words. One is conservation, one is environmental pollution and degradation, and one is EIA, that is environment impact assessment. That is it. Nothing else is mentioned in the main syllabus. But when you actually see the previous year questions, right, you would find there are many questions which may not directly be linked here. So which is why it is important for us to know which are the areas from which the questions get asked, right? So while we have to prepare these 3 topics, but over and above and beyond that, there are many themes which we have to cover. Now because EIA is explicitly mentioned, so which is why in the recent times you would have seen questions on EIA, and that too in detail, okay? So you can expect a direct 10 or a 15 marker on this topic, right? So when we know this is the syllabus, at least what are the major themes we can prepare. So talking of themes in environment, and this is also how our handout is structured. Climate change becomes a very important theme, right? And when I'm saying climate change, there are 2 things. One is the concepts, consequences, but equally important is climate change related mitigation, conservation, adaptation. And this is exactly where our UNFCCC and its recent COPs, right? The COP29 recently got concluded, right? This happened in Baku, Azerbaijan, and we are looking forward to COP30 now, 30. Where is COP30 of UNFCCC supposed to happen? Belém in Brazil, okay? COP here means Conference of Parties, and I'm referring to United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, okay? So not only are we supposed to know the concepts, the consequences, etc. of climate change across various ecosystems, but we are also supposed to know the conservation, mitigation, adaptation of various countries, right? In that, COPs is important, and this is a theme that has appeared in mains back to back, right? So this is one area important for us. Now another linked area from this, if I mention energy, energy by the way is which SDG? Any idea? It is SDG 7, right? Sustainable Development Goal 7. Energy has an intersection with economy, which also is a part of your GS3. And of course, when I say energy from environment perspective, we will be talking of clean energy, right? Renewable energy, and with this also it's linked India's net zero ambitions and net zero targets. Now when I say net zero, what is the year for India target? 2070 is the net zero target, which is also linked to the COPs. We'll see that. Okay, so energy is also one major theme that gets asked, and in these 2 themes, because if you want to mitigate climate change, if you want to adopt energy, the intersecting topic in these 2 becomes climate finance. The most needed, yes, the most debatable topic. Why? Because developed countries have pledged a lot of money, but when it actually comes to giving and allocating the money, this is a huge challenge. So challenge is both in terms of allocation of money, challenge is both in terms of transparency associated, verification, etc. So this also is an intersecting topic, because if you want to transition To clean sources of energy, you need technology. Technology also requires money. Similarly, if you want to mitigate against the effects of climate change, what do you need? Money. So this is going to be an overarching theme overall in these two. Then the syllabus talks to us about conservation, right? Here main thing for us is conservation of biodiversity, right? And when I say biodiversity, we know biodiversity is also there on land. It is also there on oceans, okay? So basically, let's say when I say land, we can think of Amazon, rainforests, etc. having a lot of biodiversity. At the same time, they are threatened with a lot of deforestation. Oceans have a lot of biodiversity. For example, I remember coral reefs. But corals are also having or facing challenges, right? Famously known as the 3 O's: overfishing, right? Ocean acidification, and even ocean deoxygenation, etc. All these threats are there, right? So one is biodiversity. In biodiversity, and when I say conservation of biodiversity, we again have something very important known as Convention on Biological Diversity, CBD, right? So today also we'll again have a look at the COP15 as well as the COP16 of UN CBD. Now in CBD, COP15 is very important. Just like Paris Agreement is very important for climate change, similarly COP15, what is COP15? Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, right? Kunming, a place in China. So there a virtual meet happened, and Montreal. And why is it very important? Because it sets the targets for 2030. There is a famous 30 by 30 target here. So that also explains to us what is a basic area that we should cover and know about, right? And when we are talking of conservation, so of course we talk about biodiversity. Again, we also talk about how land is facing a lot of stress. And when land is facing a stress, we say that it is getting degraded. And ultimately it becomes a desert. So land faces degradation, land faces desertification, and which is also where we also do UNCCD, right? United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification. Here also a recent COP has happened in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, right? This also we'll have a look at. Although drought framework was not an outcome of this, it is again promised in the 17th COP that is supposed to happen in the coming times. So we'll also see what is the main part related to this, right? Now, conservation mein, we will again examine reports, for example, like the Living Planet report. Okay, here only biodiversity conservation, we'll see threats like invasive species, then man-animal conflict, illegal wildlife trade. All these are important themes around the idea of conservation, right? Then another theme in this topic happens to be pollution and waste management. Now if we see the paper, right, of course air pollution, water, these are very obvious. But now the examiner is going one step beyond. They are also going micro. So for example, they've asked you air pollution, they've also asked you air pollution in Delhi. They've also now asked you more specific, like even ozone pollution, the increasing instances of ozone pollution. They've asked you river pollution, but they are also asking you now, let's say specifically related to industrial sources of river pollution. So here again case studies like cleaning of river Ganga, Yamuna, these can also be the probable topics, right? So pollution is there. In water, again a more specific topic can be oil pollution. Up isme they can again talk to you, agar if they want to go even micro, nitrogen pollution, right? Again, so these are some of the specific topics. So they can also ask you broad and they can also ask you narrow, this depends. And when I say waste management, right? One broad topic is waste management. So again, India has a problem of plastic waste, yes. We have a problem of e-waste, yes. We have a problem of hazardous waste, yes. And these are not Indian problems, these are also global problems, right? And for waste management, which is why you may have heard about different conventions. Basel, Rotterdam, Stockholm, Minamata, right? What is Basel Convention related to? Transboundary movement of hazardous waste. Rotterdam Convention is for chemicals, right, and pesticides. Rotterdam is for, Rotterdam is there. Stockholm is for persistent organic pollutants, POPs. And lastly, Minamata, mercury pollution, right? So all of that is related to waste management conventions, right? And again, we can talk about specific, let's say like plastic pollution, e-waste, etc. And of course, hazardous waste, biomedical waste, etc. How to tackle it, etc. Right? So this can be one. And then the last remaining topic becomes because EIA is directly mentioned, so I'm taking EIA separately. Environment impact assessment. Okay? So for any project, earlier what used to happen? There used to be only an economic assessment. Okay? Let's say what is the kind of jobs, what is the potential. Now it is very important not only to look into economic aspect, but also look into environmental aspect as well as social aspects in addition to the economic aspect. And here also we'll discuss some case studies. This is ultimately EIA, Environment Impact Assessment. It's a decision making tool. So if we cover these areas properly, we cover not only the static but also its themes, its updates. And you can fit many of these topics here. So when you are doing EIA, broadly keep in your mind also legislations. Right? Which means, for example, although the legislations and let's say the Supreme Court part, they've also asked you in GS2 that what are the important cases related to environment case laws, etc. Right? Or let's say if they ask you questions on, let's say, amendments to Indian Forest Act 1927, Wildlife Protection Act 1972, okay, or even Biodiversity Act or Forest Rights Act, okay. Even this can be there, right? But then this depends. They can ask you this question in GS2 also, and they can ask you the same question in GS3 also. Fine? This is the broad contour of the themes on environment. Okay? So that is one. Second thing I want to tell you, when you are preparing, okay, in general in GS3, and let's say more specifically in environment, the very first thing is there are interlinkages. Interlinkages are with geography. Okay? Which is why many questions which you prepare in GS3 can also be asked in GS1. Okay? In 2017, there was a question on what will be the impact of melting of cryosphere. Again, this is something we do in climate change also. Right? Similarly, let's say if there is a sea level rise, what will be the impact of sea level rise? Same question can come in GS1 also. Same question exactly can come in GS3. So when you prepare mangroves, coral reefs, forests, वो same question GS3 में भी आ सकता है. The same question can come in GS1. That is one linkage, right? In GS2, I have told you, related to the Supreme Court cases and laws, a question can come. This is already, they have asked you this, okay? And now, for example, in GS2, you read about NGOs. They can make a question specific to environmental NGOs. So वहाँ पे भी environment as a theme can come in, right? In GS3, there are intersections, of course, with economy, with agriculture. However, the intersection also is there with, let's say one second, Achha, one more thing. GS2 mein, there's also a linkage with IR. Okay, if you look at the previous questions, there is one specific question that was asked which spoke about developed versus developing countries related to energy and climate change. So what you exactly do in the COP of UNFCCC, same content can also be asked here, right? So this is one. In fact, if you look at the word right now, there is a lot of melting of ice sheets. If the ice sheets are melting, this also opens a new avenue for resource exploitation. So from the IR and geopolitical, geo-economic angle, this also becomes important, right? In GS3, like I've told you, for example, topics like energy, topics like climate smart agriculture, zero budget natural farming also have an intersection because of another theme known as sustainability. sustainability itself has three components, right? One is environmental, one is economic, one is social. So these are three intersecting themes, which is why you will also see an overlap with the GS3 part. Fine. So there are some interlinkages back and forth that you see. That is one. Second, I also want to tell you, when you cover the topics, what generally should your approach be? Okay. In our mains answers, what we have to ensure, we know for each topic at least a proper data point, right? So you don't simply have to write the air quality, or Delhi faces a lot of air pollution. That is okay, but can you quantify that, right? Quantification can be specific fact, or it can be comparative also. दोनों उस चीज हो सकती हैं. You mentioned the AQI, let's say, of Delhi is 500 on a good day. On a bad day, it can be even worse, right? But you can give a comparison that in the top 10 worst polluted cities, etc., where does it lie? So this can be both absolute, this can be both comparative, but data, as much as possible, we'll try to include it. Okay? Even when we say climate change is happening, I have to substantiate that via data, any evidence to prove that. Second, as much as possible for the points, we have to support them via example. Okay? So even if you can write that because of climate change, there is increase of, let's say, cyclones or extreme weather events on Bay of Bengal, Arabian Sea, it would be even better, let's say, if you mention cyclone Biparjoy, Tokte, jo bhi news mein raha hai, right? And this is again where your knowledge, your reading of current affairs, etc., will also be helpful. Try to include that. Third is keywords. So here also, whatever you have read, don't be shy in using it. For example, if I'm talking of Yamuna river pollution, okay? With river pollution, you may have heard about keywords like, what is eutrophication? It's nutrient enrichment, right? So you can easily use all these keywords. This again will make your answer more specific. And your handout is also structured in the manner that we've given you short bullet points comprising of data, examples, keywords. The more you use them, and the better you're able to implement it. Again, this is again a section where you will get direct questions. Okay? Now, why am I emphasizing to you on data? I'll give you 2 or 3 examples to prove it. Okay? There have been direct questions in the exam talking to you what are the outcomes, for example, of COP26. Now, this is a very factual question. You every year will read this in prelims, but even in mains, factual questions are asked. Again, this year in 2025, there was a direct question, and they had compared India's NDCs from 2015 to COP26. And this is a topic I have been teaching for more than 3 years back to back. Every year, मैं याद कराता हूँ, बोलता हूँ. Finally, this year, they thought कि चलो 2021 का question है, 2022 का update है, इस साल पूछ लेते हैं. ठीक है? So there will be some factual points. So whenever we say, let's say India has Panchamrit, सुना हमने? The 5 targets. So in your mains, not only is it helpful for you in prelims, but if you do this well, exactly you can use it. Of course, you can use it in the conclusion wherever possible. Otherwise, if a question is direct, अब ये question मैं आपको दिखाऊंगा अभी आज भी. In fact, the very same topic I had also covered 2 months back for the classes when the mains were happening. This directly 15 marker could have been done if somebody focuses on what are the key facts. So there will be some questions where you need data. Other than that, for other questions, so the 3 points here, and the fourth is multi-dimensional, and this throughout the class you will again get an exposure of. The impact, the consequences must be analyzed through various dimensions. We don't want to be unidimensional in our approach. Fine? If you're able to bring this along, you will be sorted, because the environment and disaster management on any paper will give you at least 4 questions. If it is applied, it can be even more. For example, when I say applied, sometimes now this can also intersect with science and technology. Now, let's say in clean technology, they may ask you an intersection. So, वहाँ पे science and tech भी है, and वहाँ पे environment भी है. So, back and forth, there's a lot of interlinkages, right? And overall, if you see, directly in GS3, you are expecting around 4 questions, sometimes even 5. Environment plus disaster management combined, okay? When I do disaster, वहाँ पे, then I'll open up the topic and let you be aware about these things. Data, examples, keywords, okay? And wherever possible, diagrams. And when I say diagrams, it can be small diagrams, it can be certain charts. For example, right from the very first topic, climate change, I'll be telling you simple curves like Keeling curve. Keeling curve is related to which gas? Carbon dioxide, for example, right? तो उसको भी draw कर सकते हैं, some recent facts, trends, etc. So wherever possible, we'll try to use it. That also adds variety to our answers, and again, that becomes better to write and look forward to. Are we clear till here? ठीक है? So if you are able to follow these themes across, and what you have to do, first we'll thoroughly cover the handout, and for each theme later on, whenever there is an update, you can follow the update. The frameworks, etc., I'll share it in the class itself. How to analyze it, how to make sense of it. And for many topics like climate change, the issues that were there in 2021, similar issues are there in 2022. Nothing much has changed, just that the COPs keep on changing. Right? So this also tells you, the more we think the word has changed, the more the word remains the same. Wahi same problems hai. Just that you have to keep on updating your facts. Okay? So let us begin now. We are starting directly with this part. Climate change. Yes, even I can link it with GS4. There are many case studies which are related to environment, related to even compensation. Okay, I can even include prevention of cruelty to animals, etc., etc. So even the GS4 part can be outlined here. Right, now, this is again a broad topic, climate change, which is why there are many consequences and very detailed. I'll tell you all the related facts here one by one. ठीक है, सबसे पहली चीज है your definition, and where the definition is here, please write down. This you should also know. There's a difference between climate change and global warming. First, we'll go through the definition of climate change. In this definition, there are a few keywords that you need to know. How are we defining it? It's a pressing global challenge. It impacts ecosystems, economies, and societies. Fine. Now, I can open up these three topics as well. Ecosystems, economies, and societies. The moment I'm saying economies and societies, a common theme which you can always write is developed versus developing. Second, you can always bring the cause of SIDS, small island developing states. Okay? So when we want to see climate change, of course, it is impacting the ecosystems, it is impacting economies, it is impacting societies. Now, if I'm saying ecosystem, we'll just open up ecosystem for us for 1 second. And through this, you will be able to always generate points when it comes to ecosystems, right? So for example, if I talk about ice, I've taken separately because I'll just tell you why. See, on land, I can talk about, see, now ecosystems you already know can be both natural as well as natural bhi ho sakte hain, man-made. So I'll give you both examples. And just if you remember these ecosystems in this manner, you will always be having points. Now on land, do we have forests? Grasslands, deserts, mountains, okay, and all of them have their own issues, right? Water mein, of course, I can talk about oceans, okay, I can talk about certain ecotones which have a mix of land and water. We know what are ecotones? Transitional zone between ecosystems. So again, let's say if I say mangroves, wetlands, okay, and when I'm saying water, again a small topic overall is also groundwater and its exploitation. All these are there, and also I can also include a man-made factor, which is, let's say, the agricultural fields on land. Ice, etc. Again, a keyword for us to remember can be cryosphere, something related to things that are frozen in nature. And when I'm saying cryosphere, I can think of glaciers. I can think of permafrost, ice sheets, ice caps. In fact, you know, all these are facing challenges, all these elements. Now, the word is ecosystems, which mean ecosystems, natural or man-made, are facing challenges. And this is a very simple way. We know land, water and ice, all of them are facing the challenges respectively, right? I'll open this up even in more detail when I do consequences with you, but just for a very quick moment. See, you have forests. Forests are a good source of carbon sink, yes or no? They're able to absorb. But at the same time, if the forests are put under stress, what will this lead to? Forest fires, yes or no? So forests are facing a stress. Think of Amazon, think of Australia bushfires. Grasslands, same issue. Grasslands will also face stress because of climate change. Deserts would be subjected to, so there will be more desertification, expansion of deserts, which means yield and productivity will go down. Requirement of water will increase or decrease? Increase. Okay, this will be a challenge. Now mountains. अब mountains में क्या हो सकता है? The mountains can have glaciers. They will melt. This can be a problem. Mountains again have vegetation. Because of climate change, the vegetation is also going to be impacted. And in all these things, ये है environmental aspect. You should also think of the social and economic aspect, which means the people living in the mountains, they will be facing challenges. People in the desert areas will face challenges, right? So while this whole part is what? This is the environmental dimension, right? This is environmental, right? But you can bring in for your analysis two more dimensions, that is the economic as well as social, while analyzing them. Fine. अब agricultural fields हैं, especially in the tropical areas. What will happen to the agricultural fields? So one is, of course, their yields will go down. Agriculture में 10, 20, even 25% yield decline will happen. Okay? Can they be prone to more locust attacks? More pest attacks? So yield goes down, more pest attacks. And third, the availability. They require now more water, more inputs, more fertilizer. So cost for the farmers, will that go up or not? More problem. So agricultural fields will face this challenge. Okay, and I'm more specifically talking of the tropical areas. बिल्कुल सही है. Soil salinization, etc. Salinity will also increase. This is also a challenge in these areas, right? Now oceans. Of course, we know oceans will have, there will be sea level rise. If sea level rise happens, link social. Think to SIDS, small island developing states. वो submerge होंगे, right? Tuvalu Island, etc. This will be a challenge. Oceans will also face the issue of ocean acidification, right? And ocean acidification can lead to decline of marine biodiversity. If that happens, think socially. Think the impact on fishing communities. They will also face a challenge. ठीक है, तो ocean acidification है, etc. Sea level rise, I can also say ocean deoxygenation will harm the coral reefs. Coral reefs support how much marine biodiversity? 1/4, that is 25%. Fine. Now, even mangroves will face similar challenges we have seen. Now, because of climate change, what will happen? Extreme weather events. So, your world's largest mangroves are in Sundarbans. Okay, they are also facing a stress because of the increasing sea level rise, storm surges, cyclones. This is also true. Same issue wetlands will also face, right? I've mentioned them in under ecotones. Okay, so this is also a challenge with these ecosystems. At the ice level, there is a melting of glaciers, yes, right? And melting of glaciers is happening at an unprecedented rate. This is a challenge. What is permafrost? Right, so basically these are soils, and you have heard of tundra and some northern part of taiga. This has permafrost. Permafrost means the soils are frozen, which means the soils have what? They will have methane. Methane is frozen, oxides of carbon, and even microorganisms, they can be frozen. ठीक है? But problem क्या हो रही है with climate change? Permafrost is thawing. Thawing means also warming, ultimately melting. So thawing of permafrost is happening. Ice caps, ice sheets, so be it Arctic, be it Antarctic, they are also facing a challenge, right? And very shortly we'll quickly see a term known as Arctic amplification. That while all regions are facing warming, Arctic region is facing the maximum warming. This also is something we'll again analyze. So यहाँ पे क्या है? अब whenever you will now see ecosystems, if you link it very organically, अच्छा ठीक है, land पे water and ice, and if you just break it down, always you will have points. अब अगर सवाल है consequences of climate change, can you not write environmental, can you not write social, can you not write economic? That is also an easy way to present it. Okay? तो इसमें बहुत ही organic है, ये आपको this you don't have to cram. Just that for each point, I have to link it to an example which we'll do very shortly when I come to consequences. ठीक है? Are we able to open this organically? Okay? Yes. Between permafrost is permanently frozen soil. Okay? Ice caps and ice sheets. Ice sheets can be on water, the ocean water body, right? And ice caps will be on certain mountains and oceans. So the composition wise there's a difference. Okay? In some cases there can be an overlap also. For example, the ice cap, which is again maybe having the soil as well as some water component, it can have a combination of both, but it can be different also, right? Okay. So we've just seen it is impacting ecosystems, economies, societies. It is driven by both natural and human activities with far-reaching consequences for both the environment as well as human well-being. Now, the moment we say it is both a natural and a human-made process, so we need to know causes of climate change are both. Right? It is all having natural causes. It is also having man-made. Now, in natural causes, you have to know this happens at a very fast rate or a very slow rate. Whereas man-made causes, very rapidly increasing. And one more term we've written is climate change versus global warming. Can anybody tell me the difference? Anything else? It is? Okay. And which is only one dimensional? Global warming is one dimensional. It is related only to? Whereas climate change, first of all, is a long term. And it includes various aspects. It includes changes in atmospheric phenomena, changes in wind or weather circulations, okay, and overall the impact. So which is why when what we say, climate change is a long-term phenomena. It impacts your glaciation cycles, it impacts hydrological cycles, it impacts again basic temperature, precipitation, all these factors. So basically climate change is a long-term phenomena, and whereas global warming is only one single dimension that is related to temperature. Fine? Now, इसी से एक और term link करेंगे. यहाँ पे एक term लिखा है global warming, and there is also term known as the natural greenhouse effect. I'll just explain that to you very shortly. इससे पहले आते हैं causes of climate change. Okay? Number one is volcanic eruptions. Right? Now, what does a volcano emit? Greenhouse gases also, certain aerosols also. Okay? So this, yes, so this can also lead to the warming of climate over a long time. But please remember, the moment I say aerosols, depending on how, to which extent the eruption is there, this can cause both heating as well as cooling. Both effects can be caused by the eruption. Variation in solar radiation. Now, if you think of sun, you know of solar maxima, solar minima, there are sun cycles, okay? And sun also has something known as sunspots, the darker colored regions. So because of variation in solar radiation, अब क्या होगा? For example, let's say this is Earth, and let's say this is Sun. Earth is rotating, revolving. Over a period of time, if there are variations in radiation, some part may get heated more, some part will be not as heated. So over a long period of time, this can also lead to climate change. But these are, please remember, very long-term events. Similarly, changes in ocean circulations, even this can impact, but again, please remember, this is going to be very long-term impact. इसी के साथ, in solar radiation also, there is a technical, maybe term आपने सुना होगा. The Milankovitch cycles. Only one thing to remember here in Milankovitch cycles, changes related to eccentricity of Earth and its orbit also creates natural changes. Milankovitch here is the name of a scientist. Okay, so because of changes in eccentricity of Earth, the heating and the cooling of Earth also gets impacted. That is all you need to know, right? Changes in eccentricity of Earth leads to changes in heating and cooling, and this is also a natural cause. All these causes are over a very long period of time, right? Now, plate tectonics, अब पहले हमने volcanic eruption लिखा है, तो again with plate tectonics you can connect, right? What will plate tectonics lead to? Of course, it can be volcanic eruptions, etc. So over a long period of time, the plate tectonics can also ultimately lead to climate change, right? And last very important term is natural greenhouse effect. Okay, यहाँ पे you can write the example of CO2, but CO2 पे star mark लगाओ. I'll tell you why. And then write water vapor. Right? Now here just again very quick recap. For example, this is Sun, this is Earth, and there are two terms we will see. So of course there is incoming solar radiation. Incoming is short wave or long wave? This is short wavelength. Example बताओ इसका. UV. Outgoing is terrestrial long wave, and the example of this is. Now, which of this is getting absorbed? So there is a blanket of gases which will limit or which will absorb a big section of outgoing radiation, right? This blanket of gases can be both natural as well as man-made. Natural, सबसे biggest example of natural is water vapor. But even in atmosphere, CO2 was present naturally, right? This natural greenhouse gas effect, the blanketing is also known as this greenhouse effect. By the way, this is natural and this is desirable. Why is this? See, otherwise, if this was not there, Earth's temperature would have been -16, -17 or -18 degrees Celsius, which means life would not have been possible, right? And this actually, the natural greenhouse effect helps to make Earth's temperature around livable, 16 to 18 degrees Celsius. Till here everything was fine. So climate change was also caused by natural greenhouse effect. सबसे बड़ा component उसमें है water vapor and naturally present carbon dioxide. But the problem now is you have the increase of man-made component. This component, especially after the Industrial Revolution, has increased substantially. So you have gases like fluorinated gases, like hydrofluorocarbons. This is PFC. All these are the man-made greenhouse gases, इसमें the biggest component is carbon dioxide. This is nearly 60%, and these 6 gases are also the gases which are covered under these are your greenhouse gases, by the way. Okay, all these 6. So the problem has happened that in the recent times these gases are increasing, okay, and substantially. Not only is carbon dioxide increasing, but methane is also increasing, N2O is also substantially increasing. This has become a big problem, which is why everything in climate change, mostly you will see decarbonization. क्यों? Carbon dioxide is the maximum amongst all the greenhouse gases. इसीलिए हम बार बार बात करते हैं किसकी? Decarbonization की. Yes or no? So first is keep this in mind. Now let's come back. There is a small component of it. तो अभी जब हम ओजोन करेंगे तो उस पर देखेंगे, ठीक है? But largely speaking, ozone maybe there are 2 components. One is the good ozone, one is a bad ozone, and then what is the impact of it, that we'll see. अभी ozone pollution I'll discuss. So natural is one. Now this is very easy to understand. Man-made causes, of course, there is burning of fossil fuels. This will release what? A lot of greenhouse gases. Deforestation. What will deforestation do? Carbon sink. Okay, so stored carbon can get released. Second, you will not have enough forest to store excess carbon dioxide. How do forests store carbon dioxide? Photosynthesis. ठीक है? Okay. Industrial activities can also release a lot of emissions. ठीक है? Which country is the leading emitter of SO2? India. ठीक है? Sulfur dioxide, again industrial activities also release SO2. They also release baby this nitrogen oxides. जहां पे agricultural practices लिखा है, you can write paddy cultivation releases. Yes, the paddy releases methane, for example. When we apply a lot of fertilizers, etc., that also release gases. Urbanization, transportation, again, the more and more use of vehicles, would that also lead to emissions of gases? This is also a problem. Waste generation and landfills. Now, different wastes, for example, if we burn the waste, this also leads to a lot of issues. When I say landfills, any landfill that is very famous that comes to mind? Gazipur, okay, the beach, huge tar. So this also is a huge source of gas. अब आप सोचो, you know that these landfills are huge source. In waste generation and waste picking, it is dominated by formal or informal sector? Informal sector, right? And think of the ghettos and the colonies around it. There is no protection. So constantly the people living there are only inhaling these gases, right? So when we do waste generation, we'll also see that this also is a huge problem for those communities also, and overall for the environment also, right? Okay. So these are the causes, right? Climate change. This I think you will be able to understand. Now let's come to certain facts. When we are talking of climate change, there are 2 authoritative reports or institutions you can quote. One of them happens to be Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC. IPCC, by the way, had gotten a Nobel Peace Prize for one of its assessment reports. Okay. The most recent report of IPCC is AR6. This means the 6th assessment report, right? And the main takeaway of the report is that climate change is now caused overwhelmingly by man-made factors. So human activities have unequivocally caused global warming, with observed increases in greenhouse gas concentrations driving climate change. Now, if you look at this image, the very first factor you are seeing is carbon dioxide concentration is highest in at least 2 million years. If I want to quantify it further, I can quantify this by something known as Keeling curve, which looks like this. The observation of a Keeling curve comes from Mauna Loa Observatory in Hawaii. आपको इसमें सिर्फ एक चीज याद रखनी है. Right now you are very close to 425 ppm of CO2, right? And the problem is the safe level is somewhere here. Safe level is 350 ppm. Now what exactly is the Keeling curve, in which you have carbon dioxide on the y-axis, parts per million, on the x-axis you have the years, and if you see in the last 50-60 odd years there is a huge increase in the carbon dioxide concentration. This is also a very simple graph that you can even draw in the exam. Carbon dioxide ppm mein mention karna, and you have to write this. Okay, now safe level is 350. Again, for your reference, I'll also tell you, around 1850s or so, when the industrial revolution almost had started, and then it was around 270 280 ppm CO2 levels. So now you can understand there's a substantial increase. Right now we are at 425 ppm as of now. No, this is just for reference and mentioning, that's it. You can make a single line, simple line. And this is, if you see, this is very marginal. For example, 2024 was the warmest year, okay? So then the CO2 concentrations peaked, but in 2025 they are almost the same. So the increase or decrease is very small, just to show that there is a variation. So maybe 1 or 2 ppm will change, that's it. ठीक है? So this is the Mauna Loa Observatory, that is one. Now, a couple of things that we'll see here. So you have a IPCC report. What does it tell you? सबसे important takeaway क्या है? Human activities have caused global warming, first thing. Second institution or report we can talk about is WMO. What is WMO? World Meteorological Organization, right? And remember, WMO is a UN specialized body. Now, WMO publishes many reports. We are referring to the annual, from global annual to decadal climate update, right? So between projects that each year between 2025 to 2029 is likely to have a global mean near surface temperature. अब देखो 1.2 degrees and 1.9 degrees Celsius, and which is of course far above 1850 pre-industrial baseline. Now, how many of you have heard about this 1.5 degree and 2 degrees Celsius? हम बात करते हैं, right? In the Paris Agreement, we want to limit the temperature increase to 1.5 or 2 degrees Celsius. But already at this point of time, very close to 2030, we are going to talk about almost 1.2 से 1.9 के बीच में. So that means even right now the temperature increase is very substantial in almost the recent 150 odd years. So this is going to be a huge challenge. Okay. Now the report states that 80% chance hai that at least one of the years will exceed the warmest year on record, 2024. This begs the question, why was 2024 the warmest year? Okay. Three major reasons are there. सबसे पहला, right, increased level of greenhouse gas emissions, which is not limited to carbon dioxide. Yes, carbon dioxide, yes, even methane, and even all of them are increasing, record numbers. But additionally, this was a strong El Nino year. And when we can say 2025, etc., these are now El Nino year shows drought-like conditions, increased and sustained warming. Now, any other thing that comes to mind apart from these two? ठीक है, और कुछ? Forest fires, और कुछ? ठीक है, forest fires I can take that up. Many heat waves. Okay, all of this is again chalo theek hai, let's take your points, but there's also one more point I'll tell you. Heat waves, we had marine heat waves. So there is a huge case here that can be made. This was visible, but there is also one major specific point. हाँ, उसी से आ जाएगा सारा, ये सारा एंथ्रोपोजेनिक है. Now there is one thing I'll tell you. हाँ, solar radiation वाला point है related to solar maxima, we can mention that. Now one important point which normally you will not attribute it, the reason was (2019) onwards, so IMO, International Maritime Organization, spoke about something, uses of low sulfur fuels. ठीक है, अब low sulfur fuels से आप कैसे लिंक करोगे 2024 was the warmest year? डायरेक्टली लिंक नहीं कर पाओगे. If we are using low sulfur fuels, it means it will release less emissions, it will release less aerosols. Right, and by the way, when I say ships, you have huge number of ships in the Arctic as well as the Antarctic, the global trade routes. Now the issue was, if there is less aerosol, what does aerosol do? Now this you have to link it to a concept known as okay, when there was a lot of aerosol, I'm pretty sure a lot of aerosol, increasing sun radiation was getting reflected, so lesser radiation was able to come and warm. Now when you have low sulfur fuels, you have less aerosol, that means more and more radiation can come and warm the oceans, and this is again a quantified factor. So low sulfur fuels ka negative impact is the albedo effect, and it leads to more warming of oceans. Is that okay? क्यों हो रही warming ज़्यादा अब? Because aerosols are very limited, less in number. If there are lesser aerosols, the increasing radiation is not getting reflected, it is getting absorbed. So even the low sulfur fuels can have this particular impact. Now the question that why now 2025 is not the warmest year, main reason is it is not a El Nino year, it is a La Nina year. So यहाँ पे this reason that it leads to less aerosol and finally it leads to greater absorption and less reflection, this is also an important point to know. Because whatever report you will find, they will always now compare it with 2024. So a very obvious mini question that can come is why 2024 was the warmest year. ठीक है? Okay. Now let's come back. How much CO2 concentration is there right now? How much ppm? 425 ppm. ठीक है. I'll go back again here. 80% chance, etc., that one of these years will exceed 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. जहां भी 1.5 degree, etc., देखो वहां पे, at least for your reference, remember, these were all highlighted in the Paris Agreement that you wanted to limit the temperature. Best case is 1.5, nahi to at least 2 degrees Celsius. So this limiting global warming to 1.52 degree, this will require rapid and significant reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. Both things, you have to have rapid as well and significant, because right now it is not as per our expectations. Now, carbon dioxide concentrations, you know, Keeling curve, how much is it? 425. Sea level rise, you will remember the fact, 1 meter by 2100. Sea level is supposed to rise by 1 meter by 2100, and this will also have a lot of consequences. Think of Tuvalu Island, SIDS. Okay. Other than that, if sea level rises, और क्या challenge होंगे? Can we have more of extreme weather events because of this? Storm water जो surge है, it will be even more dangerous now, right? The movement of navigation of trade routes will also get impacted because of this. So this will lead to problems, socio-economic problems. Right, bilkul. So that is known as intrusion, inundation. This will also be a problem. Now, Arctic sea ice area, this is the lowest in the last 1000 years. Why would Arctic sea ice be lowest? Because of Arctic amplification. ठीक है? Now, Arctic amplification में बस इतना याद रखो. Actually, Arctic amplification also see, Arctic amplification, see, everywhere there is heating, okay? But in the Arctics, it is nearly 4 times more heating. One of the main reasons why this happens is, this also is because of, how this happens? Here we can draw a very simple vicious cycle. जैसे कि, let's say there is a ship. This ship is there in Arctic Ocean. This ship emits right? अब होगा क्या? Black carbon है, there is carbon dioxide, etc. Both of them, because of this emission, let's say this is ice is white, black carbon is black. Ice, अब इसमें is there a difference in reflectivity? White surfaces, they absorb more or they reflect more? Reflect more. Black will absorb more. Now this black carbon starts to get deposited here. It will absorb more heat. Slowly, steadily, what will happen? Ice will, right? When ice melts, what will happen? The surface on which the ice is there, that gets exposed. It can be a soil, it can be a rock, it's anything. The surface exposed, that will be darker. Which means this will absorb more. If it absorbs more, again what will happen? More melting. So this becomes a whole vicious loop. Right? The deposition of black carbon leads to more heat getting absorbed. Ice melts, surface temperature gets, let's say, exposed. So because of this, black carbon, what is it doing? It is accelerating the melting of these ice sheets. This is one of the main reasons of Arctic amplification. 4 times more heating is seen in the Arctics. If there is more heating in the Arctic, right, the whole ice sheet will slowly and steadily vanish. If the whole ice sheet vanishes, this opens more areas for navigation, more areas for trade. So trade routes can open, more navigation, and because of more navigation, now again there can be more deposition of black carbon, more pollution. So this is a constant activity that is happening. इसको हम क्या बोलते हैं? Arctic, हाँ, right? And this heating, there's also a term that is known as, उसको लिख सकते हो blue ocean event. Blue ocean event is an event where all the ice has melted. If there is ice, what is the ocean? It is white. If the ice has melted, it will become blue. So blue ocean event signifies the melting of ice to the extent that there is no ice that is left. So this is known as a blue ocean event. No, normally this is a normal term that is used. Blue ice event is simply the melting of ice which exposes the water, as simple as that. Okay, but we can use it more here, more pronounced. Okay. Now coming back, so Arctic ice is melting and there is a retreat of glaciers. What is the meaning of retreat? They are also melting, right? But यहाँ पे there is only one exception that you should remember. What is the exception? we say this as Karakoram anomaly. Anomaly means exception. See, glaciers around the world are retreating, right? But it is Karakoram where you have more volume of glaciers that is there, right? ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है? One of the reasons highlighted is western disturbances, but still the matter is under investigation, right? This is not a final cause, but only some of the scientists have mentioned maybe it is because of western disturbances, but still it is not been finalized yet. But overall you will always write, yes, glaciers around the world are receding, the only exception being the Karakoram anomaly where it is increasing instead of receding. The reason for that can be western disturbances. But यहाँ पे जब लिखोगे western disturbance, you can also read more reasons, या फिर this is also disputed, and this is again a matter of scientific investigation. ठीक है? Okay. So these are 4 major indicators that you can always mention. अभी भी till now the takeaway is, see, climate change is a long-term phenomena. It impacts ecosystems. It impacts economies and societies. Second, it is caused by natural as well as man-made factors, right? Next, for example, there are certain evidences. In evidences, I can quote IPCC's assessment report. More importantly, 6th assessment report. I can either write it is the human factors that are unequivocally the most relevant factor. Other than that, I can also quote carbon dioxide. How much? 425 ppm. What was the safe level? 350, right? So it's far more than that. Sea level rise is expected to be 1 meter by 2100. Arctic sea ice or Arctic amplification is rapidly increasing, and there is a glacier retreat that is happening. All of these are alarming signs. Now, this we have seen. Now let's come to consequences of climate change. इसमें पहले सिर्फ dimension देखो. Environment, separate dimension. Economic एक अलग लिखा है. Then you have agriculture, right? On the ocean ecosystems, there are certain changes. Social front pe there are some issues, and also disaster, right? So one thing is, see, climate change and disaster is a linked topic, because climate change leads to climate linked disasters. First thing. Second, 2 keywords you can always use: the frequency and intensity of extreme weather events has increased. I can see the same in Bay of Bengal. I can see in Arabian Sea. I can also see in different parts of the world. Californian wildfires there be, right? Amazon also has this issue. So there is a linkage also between climate change and disaster management, right? Now one by one we'll go. For each of these things we'll just try to write a keyword, okay, supporting it. Now, consequences of climate change. Number 1, environment. Habitat fragmentation. If you have read your NCRTs, वहाँ पे एक term use होता है, evil quartet. Evil quartet means what are the 4 reasons which have led to decline of biodiversity. उसमें सबसे बड़ा reason है habitat fragmentation. The other 3 include overexploitation, co-extinction, and the exam for which you are preparing, invasive alien species, right? Evil quartet में 4 चीजें हैं. क्या क्या है? Habitat fragmentation, overexploitation, co-extinction, invasive alien species. These are the 4 reasons. So climate change leads to habitat fragmentation. Yes, we can talk about it. Ab habitat fragmentation, you can think even in terms of, you can link this topic also to man-animal conflict. Right? अब जैसे बहुत cases में, if the glaciers are receding, some of the mountain-related species will also come to other areas, right? So climate change has led to this problem of habitat fragmentation. Second is migration, right? We have seen of many migratory birds. For example, Siberian crane used to come and visit Keoladev National Park, right? One example. Right? Abhi you can also link the dimension ki sir abhi to Siberia, ab to Russia, Ukraine fight is also happening. More species will want to migrate. Fine. So migration can also be there. Second thing is climate change linked migration. How come? Ocean temperatures are also increasing. So certain whales, dolphins, they can also go for migration. And migration is not limited only to, let's say, terrestrial. It also includes avian. It also includes aquatic. Fine. Which convention is there for migration? Migratory species? Bonn Convention, that is known as CMS, Convention on Migratory Species. ठीक है. हाँ. वन इज देखो ये है ओवर एक्सप्लॉयटेशन, ठीक है. ये को एक्सटिंक्शन. को एक्सटिंक्शन मीन्स दो होते हैं, वन इज प्रे, वन इज प्रेडेटर. सो इफ द प्रे गेट्स लॉस्ट द प्रेडेटर विल ऑल्सो फेस अ प्रॉब्लम. दैट इज मीन्स को एक्सटिंक्शन, दोनों मरेंगे. एंड IAS इज इन्वेजिव एलियन स्पीशीज. सुना है अभी टॉपिक भी अलग से, इन्वेजिव एलियन स्पीशीज. ओवर एक्सप्लॉयटेशन ऑफ ओवरऑल रिसोर्सेज. देखो ओवर एक्सप्लॉयटेशन से यू शुड नो देयर इज अ कंपटीशन फॉर रिसोर्सेज. रिसोर्सेज आर नॉट इनफाइनाइट, दे आर लिमिटेड. इससे प्रॉब्लम क्या होगी? द नेटिव स्पीशीज विल स्टार्ट टू फेस अ चैलेंज. ओके. नाउ मेल्टिंग आइस में यू कैन अगेन थिंक ऑफ बी आर्कटिक, एंटार्क्टिक. This is a challenge, melting ice. Now come to agriculture. इसमें दो से तीन चीजें याद रखो. पहला, decline of 10 to 20% yields in tropical regions. 10 to 20% yields have declined. Number one, there is increase of pest attack. The very best example in 2020, many of us would have seen and known, locust attacks. So both these things to combined, it is also going to impact agriculture. Then you have extreme rainfall, and by the way, extreme rainfall or even too less of rainfall. So both floods and drought are going to be very much harmful. Now you also know a major part of, how much part of India is rain fed? Chalo, theek hai, very close to 50 or almost 60%. If things are rain fed, if you are less irrigation, we are dependent on monsoon. So if this is a El Nino year, if it is a La Nina year, we will be impacted. So extreme rainfall will lead to, again, issues of yield decline, crop damage. Other than that, soil fertility and soil erosion. So देखो, to improve the fertility, what will the farmers do? More and more fertilizers and pesticides. What is the normal NPK ratio? 4:2:1. This gets hugely distorted. कहीं कहीं पे 8:2:1, 8:4:1. So soil fertility takes a back seat, and by very good example of that we have seen also in green revolution. Second thing is erosion. Now erosion can happen both because of water, and it can also happen because of wind. Now when we see climate change has led to more and more dust storms. We also face a lot of dust storms. The region of northwest part, okay, through Pakistan, through Afghanistan, okay, in parts. So we face a lot of dust storms because of this. And dust storms is what? Dust again has a wind component. This can erode the soil. The moment your top soil becomes weak, it again is not very much fertile for or conducive for agriculture. It is prone to erosion, right? In agriculture, I can also bring in the element of fisheries. Think of aquaculture. So aquaculture is also going to be impacted, right? And why will the fisheries produce will go down? Again, think of ocean acidification, deoxygenation. The fisheries will also face a stress. Other than that, in all these regions, एक अलग से component है heat waves and the heat stress. This will also contribute to water getting evaporated faster. This can also lead to soil salinization. So here, if you only remember two or three dimensions, that is more than enough for agriculture. But this is just for our understanding. We have a lot of points to write here. So heat stress is a problem that leads to lesser availability of water. To compensate for it, you have to have more inputs. आपकी cost बढ़ जाएगी यहाँ से. Yes. Then talk about disasters. Cyclone formation. One of the reasons for tropical cyclone formation is SST, sea surface temperature. Now with the increase of SST, I see more frequency and intensity of extreme weather events like cyclones. Do I see more cyclones in Arabian Sea and Bay of Bengal? कोई recent cyclone का नाम बताओ. ठीक है, शक्ति. Then ठीक है, तो any recent ones, जैसे for example Tokte was there, Fani cyclone, बहुत famous cyclones है, etc. Bipar Joy, etc. Any recent ones that you remember, you can write. Okay. At the same time, we have more droughts and floods. With droughts, you can also link El Nino. And when I say droughts, in India, think of regions like Rayalaseema, Vidarbha, Saurashtra. All these regions will be impacted. So this can also be linked to, again, agricultural part. Same issue of floods. This year also there is a huge case of floods. Think of Punjab. Abhi very again recently articles of Kosi and its flooding. Ye bhi issues hain. So floods is an issue. Disasters mein we can also have forest fires. Acha, please remember, forest fires can be natural. They can also be man-made. But almost 90% of the forest fires are man-made. This is the problem. Right? According to IUCN, nearly 90% of these forest fires are man-made. And this is also a topic that we'll see very shortly. Aisa kyun hota hai? We'll try to examine and what is the consequence and what is the way to tackle it. Ocean acidification, देखो सबसे पहले, why is ocean becoming acidic? अच्छा, deoxygenation, see, if the levels of water, see, let's say this is a water body, right? A water body will have certain levels of oxygen, right? What is that known as? Dissolved oxygen, right? Now what will happen? In many cases, there can be increase of algal growth. There are more bodies, and who requires oxygen? Every organism will require oxygen. So you have decomposers that will require oxygen. Ab do factors hain. The solubility of oxygen itself is going to change because of changing temperatures. Even if I take that aside, the issue is decomposers require oxygen to take care of waste. Waste kyun badh raha hai? Waste is also there from domestic sources. Waste is also there from man-made sources, which means industries and etc. Decomposers constantly require more and more oxygen. That will mean the dissolved oxygen will decrease and this will increase. So over a period of time, what will happen? This will lead to ocean deoxygenation. And when ocean becomes deoxygenated, ocean becomes, and then in extreme conditions it becomes dead zone, जैसे कि Gulf of Mexico, in some of these areas it becomes. So ultimately क्या हो रहा है? Oxygen deoxygenation is what? Oxygen is getting reduced because of increased instances of untreated waste, more and more waste components. Decomposers and other, they have to break this down. They require oxygen constantly. So the stress is increasing, and second, at higher temperatures, the solubility of oxygen is also impacted. Okay, I think that should help. Phytoplanktons again, these are algae. So algae, if there is an algal bloom, phytoplanktons will grow, fine. And if they grow, they again have to be decomposed by the elements of the food chain. So they also have to require oxygen for that. Okay, so based on these two factors, we can say. Okay. Disasters में भी हमने यहाँ तक देखा, ठीक है? Let's come to फिर से आओ इकोनॉमिक पे. How can this lead to infrastructure damage? चल good. Acid rain हो सकता है. और कोई example? What causes acid rain? There are two major elements, SO2 and NOx. So because it creates what? Sulfuric acid and nitric acid. Fine. This can be one infrastructure damage. Any other example? बिल्कुल, वो तो acid rain के साथ ही है. मैं कह रहा हूँ, think of disasters. Disasters can also lead to infrastructure damage. Okay, so you can write many points, link it to disasters. Now, how can climate change lead to productivity loss? Think of heat waves, heat strokes, even death, more and more perspiration. ठीक है? So this happens, many sectors within the economy get impacted. We've already seen a big sector, that is agriculture. Heat strokes, heat wave. Heat wave is a separate topic that we'll do today in detail. Fine. So productivity loss, this you can also link that there's a loss to the GDP because of decline in productivity. Second thing, remember, productivity loss will always be more severe in developed or developing countries. Developing countries, right? Developed countries mein kya hai? There is better HVAC, heating, okay, ventilation, air conditioning. Second, their demands in many of these countries are temperate regions. So demands in tropical regions will be higher. Tropical regions are more prone to vector-borne diseases, pest attacks. So yahan pe if there's an increase of temperature, this will be a huge challenge. So that is one economic factor. Isme bhi developed versus developing will perform differently. Now, this I think is now easy to understand. Ocean ecosystems. Now, there can be change in ocean currents. Atlantic, मेरिडोनियल ओशियन सर्कुलेशन. अभी देखो, एक सेकंड रुकना. जस्ट सी दिस इज नोन एज almost everything that we have done can be also understood through tipping points. Tipping points are those areas of the world which are very sensitive to climate change, and over a point of time, if there is an increase of temperature which is not regulated, it will lead to irreversible damage. Let's see some of these locations. A है Amazon rainforest. ठीक है, this is a tipping point. All these regions, by the way, have a lot of biodiversity, and if we are not saving them, this will lead to irreversible ecosystem damage. A है Amazon. B is your Arctic sea ice, for example. ये point मैं आपको भी बता रहा हूँ एक सेकंड में. Atlantic circulation. Let's say a boreal forest. See, in general, forest will have these issues only. Forest will have forest fires. Okay, be the pest attacks. F, for example, is coral reefs. Any coral reef that you remember in this region? Great Barrier Reef. Large scale die-offs. In your points, a mention is of coral reefs, right? वहां पे लिखना 4th global mass coral bleaching event. This means 3 such events have happened in the past. The 4th recent one has been announced. 2 bodies had announced it. This is first one is an American body, National Oceanographic Atmospheric something, and International Coral Reef Initiative. This tells us 86% of coral reefs of the world are impacted right now. This is known as the 4th global mass coral bleaching event. We are right now under the 4th global mass coral bleaching event. And 86% of the corals are impacted because of this. Then you have ice sheet. Jahan bhi ice sheet, let's say there is a Greenland ice sheet. Ice sheet will what? It will melt. Permafrost, the keyword we had seen was thawing. Now, if I say thawing of permafrost, can it release methane? Can it release oxides of carbon? Yes. Can it lead to spread of disease? Kaise? It has microorganisms inside it. So when that melts, this can also lead to spread of disease. Okay. The term is thawing. Normally, अगर melting लिखा हो आप समझ जाओगे. Thawing is again similar to warming or melting. West Antarctic ice sheet, fine. And again, East Antarctica ice loss, all of this is fine. These are known as the global tipping points. And IPCC in its report has mentioned all these tipping points are under stress. The main takeaway is if these points are not saved, it will lead to irreversible damage. And all these points are very rich in biodiversity, very rich in the reasons they are there. Now, अब एक टर्म आता है यहां पे, ये Atlantic circulation. Fine. This is known as Atlantic Meridional Ocean Circulation. In very simple words, you have equator, the waters are warm. In the poles, the water are cool. So what happens? The warmer water goes to the colder regions. Now, this is Europe. Conventionally, Europe or the ports of Europe could remain frost free. The reason was these warm currents, they were able to go and they were able to warm these ports. Second, it was mixing with some of these colder currents. This led to be known as, there was a global conveyor belt because of movement of these currents. Fine. And this is also known as thermohaline circulation. Thermo means temperature, haline means salinity. So because of change of temperature and salinity, the circulation was happening. Fine. Ab hua kya? Very easy to understand. Climate change is happening. All these ice sheets are melting. अब problem क्या होगी? जो warm current है आपका, this will get very easily cooled down because there is an increase of cold water coming in. The problem with that is going to be, it is now not be able to warm the ports of Europe. So Europe will become frozen, okay, especially during winters. Second, it will face a lot of let's say cold. Third thing is, because of incoming of the melting ice sheets, the whole circulation may not work as it used to. Problem क्या होगी इसके साथ? It is not just Europe that is impacted, it will impact everything in the world because these are global conveyor belt, right? So what used to move here, so right from the Atlantic Ocean, even in the Pacific Ocean, it can even impact the monsoons, by the way, for India. So the issue is, Atlantic जो circulation है, अगर सवाल आएगा आपसे, is it getting stronger or is it getting weaker? The answer is, it is getting weaker. Why is it getting weaker? Because of the increasing cold water, because of melting of ice sheets. इसीलिए लिखा जाता है, Atlantic circulation is slowing down. Normally when you think of climate change, हमें क्या लगता है? हर चीज is accelerating, increasing. So in the prelims also this can be a question. That AMOC, is it speeding up or is it slowing down? क्या answer है? It is slowing down. Right? And because it is slowing down, it is not only going to impact Europe, it is going to impact Europe, but it is also going to impact all the other circulations and other weather systems also. This will be a challenge. And this again happens to be one of the tipping points. Right? अब ये जो concept है, you can again use, for example, what will be the consequence, say environmental consequence of climate change, directly borrow tipping points, इनके बारे में लिख लो आंसर. ये नहीं याद है तो go back and almost, if you remember these ecosystems, this is nothing but this. Almost all these ecosystems are covered as tipping points also, right? So tipping point is something, and from this also remember coral reefs were what I've told you. Coral reefs are facing 4th global mass bleaching event, impacting 86% of coral reefs around the world. Now, we were here talking about this change in ocean currents, and change in ocean currents में only one line you will write, AMOC is weakening. And when you revise it, आप याद करना खुद से, AMOC strong हो रही है, weak हो रही है. If you're able to logically tell yourself it is weakening, that means you know the concept. नहीं होगी तो please revisit the concept. What is happening to this? AMOC is, and AMOC is one of the global tipping points. Number one. Now, of course, rise in temperature होगा. Just a very quick concept I want to know. Is the temperature change uniform on land and oceans? No. Why? बिल्कुल सही. The answer is specific heat. Now, oceans get heated faster and cooled. Yes or no? चलो फिर वो जग रहे हैं. So that means land get heats faster and cool, right? So rise in temperature will happen, but it is not going to be the same as the land. Okay. There is melting ice caps, and melting ice caps will also release more and more cold water into the oceans. That is there. There is ocean acidification happening, right? Ocean acidification, is it beneficial for coral reefs or not? So there is, if there is any calcifying organism, कोई भी है, उनको क्या चाहिए होता है? Calcium carbonate. Because of ocean acidification, calcium carbonate becomes calcium bicarbonate. Calcium bicarbonate is not useful. Reef making के लिए अपने को चाहिए calcium carbonate. And ocean acidification, that is why, because of ocean acidification, the coral bleaching also happens. Okay? There is ocean deoxygenation. This now you understand. इसी नाम से एक IUCN की रिपोर्ट भी है. The report is titled Ocean Deoxygenation. But the idea for us to remember is, there is less of oxygen available, which means biodiversity is under stress. More and more acidification, because carbon dioxide becomes what? Carbonic acid. ठीक है? Just like acid rain was a problem. By the way, acid rain can also ultimately fall on oceans. Okay? So ultimately, ocean acidification is a challenge. Okay? And lastly is coral reefs. Now, a couple of things just quickly recall for coral reefs. Coral reefs show mutualism. There's a coral polyp and there is an algae known as zooxanthellae. Coral polyp ka, what is the work of coral polyp? Shelter. Hard exoskeleton hoga coral polyp ka. What is the work of algae? Zooxanthellae. Making of food. ठीक है? Both of them help each other. Now, coral polyps are also known as rain forests of the sea. They're also known as lungs of the sea. Why? They're nurseries of the ocean. They hardly take up 1 to 2% of the space, but they support of marine diversity, right? Other than that, coral reefs are also a good source for medicines, anti-cancer drugs. They are a very good source for, let's say, aesthetic tourism. Yes or no? अब देखो, इसके लिए again a very small simple framework I'll share with you. For any ecosystem, if I want to tell what are the services of an ecosystem, and for you a question, and these kind of questions have come in the exam, okay, benefits of mangroves, corals, forests, wetlands, कोई भी question हो, what we can use is the 4 headings. They provide provisioning services. Regulating services. Just quickly, one by one, if you can give me an example, what can be a provisioning service? इसका simple मतलब होता है, provisioning means to provide for. Take any example out of this. Let's say if I take a forest, what do forests give me? And non-timber forest products, which can be a huge list. Honey, lac, resin, okay, bamboo, ये सारे के सारे क्या है? Non-timber forest product. मैं इसको heading change करूं. If I bring in corals, even corals can give me medicine, for example, pharmaceutical. जो कुछ भी they are giving, that is known as provisioning services. Right? So it can be medicines which can be used by pharmaceutical, right? In fact, forests like Amazon rainforest, most of the anti-cancer drugs are also found from Amazon rainforest. There have a lot of biodiversity. Okay? Now, they have regulating services. क्या होगा? What do they regulate? Right? तो regulate करेंगे क्या? जैसे कि they can regulate for example, there are certain trees which are purifying in nature. What they can regulate? Ultimately, they'll regulate the climate, all of this, बहुत example आ सकते हैं, and this will be true for all of them, by the way. They can regulate. So wherever you have, let's say, forests, it regulates the microclimate of that region. Similarly, mangroves regulate the microclimate of that region. So you will always have regulating services. They can also regulate, by the way, right? You will also have cultural and aesthetic services. For example, if I say corals, many people go for scuba, again tourism, all of this. Cultural, again, you know, there are trees which are worshipped. Think of sacred forests, think of sacred groves, right? And this also brings in revenue. Aesthetic means, if there is a land, if there is a plot, if there is good greenery around it, it will fetch a better price, yes or no? So aesthetic services, cultural services can also be supported because of this. Can we say this? Yes, you can also say they can regulate. Correct, ठीक है, that's a good point. Sacred groves. Any example of sacred groves that you can tell? Huh? Chalo, there's a famous community who worships a famous forest. अच्छा ठीक है, हसदेव और कोई? Where are हसदेव forests? ठीक है, and why was it in news? ठीक है, okay. How many of you know khejri trees? Khejri trees are worshipped by which community? The Bishnoi community. They also worship black buck. ठीक है, तो sacred groves है, तो again just these are worshipped. Basically बहुत examples हो सकते हैं इनके. You also know bargad, right? There are certain people, so people also worship them. Okay. चलो, तो अभी प्रोविजनिंग है, रेगुलेटिंग है, कल्चरल है, लास्ट है तो यहां पे थिंक ऑफ द बायोडाइवर्सिटी दैट दे सपोर्ट. ईच ऑफ देम, बाय द वे, मैंग्रोव इकोटोन है, वेटलैंड इकोटोन है, दे सपोर्ट ह्यूज बायोडाइवर्सिटी, यू नो, एज इफेक्ट एटसेट्रा. कोरल्स 1/4 marine biodiversity, forests, Amazon rainforest, etc. They have a lot of plant biodiversity. They support biodiversity. Okay, how do they support it? They support it again via cycling of nutrients. Okay, so this ultimately helps in how do they support it? So proper food chains, food webs. So whenever you get stuck, if you have to talk about any services of an ecosystem, these are the four: provisioning, regulating, cultural, supporting. These are the four, and in each of them you can generate the specific points. इस तरह क्वेश्चन कभी ना कभी आता है, either in GS1 or even in the other part, and you can always mention that. हाँ, हाँ, regulating मेरे को सबसे सिंपल, how, what are they regulating exactly? For example, they can regulate a climate, right? And they can regulate the air quality, etc. Regulate का मतलब होता क्या? What is the meaning of regulate? आपने सुना है, let's say the governments should be a regulator, it should not be an over regulator. तो regulate करना है, it means everything will function on their own. They are just going to enable this. There is a certain overlap here also, थोड़ा थोड़ा लगता भी है. Support कैसे करेंगे? They support by providing, जैसे for example I say biodiversity. Okay, so for example if there are forests, they will be conducive grounds for certain bacteria, certain fungus like mycorrhiza. So that will lead to better supporting. So they support a lot of biodiversity. That is one. Fine. So biodiversity को regulate नहीं कर रहे वो, biodiversity को वो support कर रहे हैं. How they support it? Via extensive food chains and food webs. And why are they able to do so? Because see, अगर एक बहुत डेविड टिलमैन का बहुत famous experiment है. That experiment tells us that if an ecosystem has huge biodiversity, it has very less chances of getting extinct. That simply means a frog can have not one way to eat a food, it can have 5 different ways to eat a food. अगर एक उसमें से चला भी गया, खत्म भी हो गया, तो it is going to support it. And how does it support it? It will provide enough food consistent amounts of food, yes or no? इतनी high biodiversity support करने के लिए, so that is more linked to food chains, nutrient cycling, etc. Regulating is the kind of climate it provides in that area. So this is what we can note. Now, coral reefs है, तो coral reefs में we've seen what are the services they provide. So what are the conditions for growth of coral reefs? Now, shallow regions, fair point. Generally from which area to which area? They are generally found in tropical, subtropical areas, right? Now they require nutrient rich water, they require saline water, but they do not require sediment, which means the water should not be polluted, right? Other than that, coral reefs se yaad rakho, coral bleaching is the main challenge they are facing right now. The reason, and then what are the reasons for coral bleaching? Any idea? ठीक है, अब इसको भी आप natural और man-made करके लिख सकते हो. In man-made, I can give you a lot of things. One is of course overfishing, overexploitation, right? I can talk about ocean. Same points देखो, acidification, deoxygenation. Similar points, rise in temperatures. Okay, so coral reefs are a lot of under stress because of all these issues, right? Chalo, let's come to social. I think all these points now we can understand. It can lead to climate change. अब सोशल में वन मेजर डायमेंशन जस्ट यू कैन राइट यहां पे, अच्छा लिखा है, चलो, एनवायरमेंटल रेफ्यूजीज. ओके, वी ऑल्सो नो अ पर्टिकुलर कंट्री विच चेंज इट्स कैपिटल बिकॉज ऑफ क्लाइमेट चेंज, इंडोनेशिया, राइट? सो दैट कैन ऑल्सो बी अ सोशल प्रॉब्लम. थिंक ऑफ तुवालू आइलैंड, जो जिसकी हम बात कर रहे हैं बार बार, किरिबाती. Coastal communities are vulnerable. Yes, there will be issues the farmers are facing. Farmer issues we've already seen here. It can be linked to more farmer stress and farmer suicides because of declining yields, job losses. It will impact food security. Yes or no? कैसे? Directly, right? जहाँ food security लिखा है, right? SDG 2. That is hunger and poverty, right? SDG 1. How can poverty be related to climate change? Some important person in 1972 had mentioned poverty is the biggest polluter. Indira Gandhi, when she was attending the Stockholm conference of 1972. Can you just tell me how poverty can be linked to climate change? ठीक है, and again think of, they are using primitive modes of consumption, right? For example, most of them may not have a proper chulha. What they will use? Logs of wood. Logs of wood are a big source of black carbon, inhaling all these gases. Okay, so they, and second, they are most impacted also by climate change. These person generally they cannot have an air filter all the time. Yes or no? So poverty is a very much integrated to this aspect. And because I'm talking of SDGs, so please remember a couple of SDGs on environment. देखो, if the question is on climate change and I'm just linking it to SDGs, few things you have to know. See, पहली चीज है SDG 1. चलो ये सारे के सारे ऑलमोस्ट लिंक्ड हैं, जैसे कि 1 is what? Poverty. Second is hunger. Third is, fourth is, other few SDGs that you should know because climate change related is SDG 13. 14 is now how to use them, for example. And just we'll try to quickly brainstorm for each of them one point and how to link it. Poverty. So climate change and SDG also have a very integrated linkage. पहली चीज है poverty. एक याद रखा हमने, poverty is the biggest polluter. Fine. But is this statement true or can you give me a counter to this also? इस statement का चलो counter सोचो. काउंटर आप उल्टा सोचो, आपको नहीं सर पॉवर्टी इज द बिगेस्ट पोल्यूटर, नहीं, रिच आर द बिगेस्ट पोल्यूटर. Good consumerism, but I can even say historically biggest emitters like US, they've moved out of Paris climate deal. Yes, and if you see again Oxfam की एक report है, Oxfam you read in economics also, but Oxfam की report is also there related to carbon. That report is known as carbon inequality. In this report it highlights how the richest people, a rich section of people, they have almost all the emissions and the poor people have to face the brunt of it. क्यों? Global climate is a global common. Yes or no? Who has this responsibility for saving environment? Everybody, right? So global common है, and there's a very famous saying, if it is everybody's responsibility then it is nobody's responsibility. तो पहला इश्यू है पॉवर्टी, दोनों साइड्स हैं. यू कैन ऑल्सो आर्ग्यू पॉवर्टी इज द बिगेस्ट पोल्यूटर, बट यू कैन ऑल्सो काउंटर आर्ग्यू that it is the richest who are polluting, yet they are not taking the responsibility, which is why we also oftentimes see a term known as common but differentiated responsibilities, and we can add also RC, respective capabilities, right? So the capacity and responsibility of Tuvalu and Kiribati is not the same as China or US, right? I was talking of CO2. Which country is the leading emitter of CO2? It is China, worldwide China, followed by USA, followed by India. Okay. Now, second, can I link climate change to hunger? Very easily I can link. Think of agriculture and declining yields. This I can understand. Which is why we say terms like climate smart agriculture. That agriculture should be resilient. You have to have new species and varieties which can also be drought resistant, which can be pest resistant, so that you are able to secure food security. Can we say this? Now, how can you link climate and health? Climate change and health. Good. Chalo, heat strokes, heat stress, even this can be linked. Okay, and health को वैसे भी link कर सकते हो with disasters, because that will lead to mass mortality. Right? ठीक है, fair points. Now, how can I link climate change and education? सोचो. अब इसमें ना education में I can bring many examples. I can bring for example a very famous personality, सुना होगा आपने नाम, and she faces a lot of flak also, criticism. So NGOs etc. because the reason why people led movements, जैसे हमने देखा था नर्मदा बचाओ आंदोलन, who led that movement? Medha Patkar. There is again Greta Thunberg, okay, a lot of NGOs for climate. The reason is for governments, climate change right now is not a voting issue. So I can also link it to education, how climate education is important, awareness is important. अब ये काफी एक important dimension है. If you have, and I will also tell you, in the recent CBD, okay, and in the recent CCD COP, both of them have linked gender action to their respective frameworks. So for example, UNCCD has linked gender action plan for desertification. UNCBD, Convention on Biological Diversity, has linked gender review for their respective plans. If I link gender and climate change, just try to brainstorm here, कोई point हमें याद आता है तो. Good. Women and children are more vulnerable to climate change. Absolutely true. They are more vulnerable to disasters. Anything else? Now think of a phenomenon known as feminization of agriculture. Yes? Can I again link it? If agriculture has declining yields. Achha, why is feminization of agriculture happening? Migration, right? There's a lot of migration from the rural areas to urban areas. Men are going out for better work. That leaves women vulnerable. They have less access to credit. The agricultural farm machinery is also not conducive for them, yet they have to manage it. So that is one dimension, feminization of agriculture. Plus I can also link it to feminization of उसमें climate action है, that they are vulnerable. facing stress, yet not adequate safeguards. Then water. What can you link with water? राइट अब देखो जहां पे हमने इकोसिस्टम लिखा था, यहां पे दो चीजें बस मैं एक ऐड करने वाला हूं. देखो यहां वाटर है, राइट. राइट नाउ you hear about a term known as day zero. Is that hypothetical time where there will be no water available. Okay? The people who are living in this area are already aware of this concept. What is day zero? जिस दिन पानी नहीं आता, right? So day zero again is that area that it is also said the future wars will be the water wars. तो यहाँ पे issue क्या है? When I'm saying water, water scarcity is a problem. India again has a lot of water scarce districts. Second, if the water is more, evaporation is there. Second, because of climate change, increased temperatures, the water requirement for agriculture, would that increase or decrease? Increase, and you still have a stress. So water की availability बहुत बड़ा challenge है. Then energy, you want clean, तीन keywords. It should be clean, which means reliance on fossil fuel should be increased or decreased. It should be decreased. It should be safe. For example, many times it is said go for nuclear power, but the issue is safety. Where did Fukushima disaster happened? Japan. Okay, there was a Daiichi nuclear plant, etc. So you want it to be safe, and last is affordable. Right now, why people are not easily able to transition to electric vehicles or even different modes of energy? The issue is cost. So three factors: clean, safe, and affordable. Other than that, of course, SDG 13 talks about climate change, SDG 14 talks about water. So अब when you have a question on water or aquatic ecosystems, deliberately mention this. If the question is on land or desertification, deserts, mention this. Now, in few moments from now, we will also see थोड़ी देर में something known as 30 by 30 target is related to UN CBD and more specifically COP15. If you get any question on land or water, the 30 by 30 target says that we want to restore 30% of land and or oceans by 2030. So this is again a connection that we can make. So broadly speaking, climate change SDG linkage again is something that we can explore in this topic. All right, so I think this is one factor that we have seen. For women. If it is by women, it will be even better. Okay? This also we've just examined, right? Europe and Antarctic are heating faster than the rest of the world. What were the reasons? Why was this happening? There was an albedo effect. But if I bring in Europe, remember that aerosols are more or less. Even this is a factor. And another factor is albedo effect. But Europe is directly facing that area, na? This whole ice sheet and this area that you see in thermoline, that whole port wala part is faced by Europe. So that is directly impacted because of it. Okay? Chalo, just see this question once. This was one of the questions that was asked. This is a UPSC PYQ. IPCC has predicted the sea level rise of about 1 meter by 2100. What would be its impact in India and other countries of IOR? अब इसमें this is a question where environment plus some part of IR is linked. Take 30 seconds, just try to brainstorm what should be the factors here. How we basic? What will be the impact? So they've asked you on India and the other countries in IOR. Second, directly come to this part. What will be the impact in India? And here, for easy reference, think of this. There are many things that can happen. What would be the impact in India? Right, so what you can do, you can take this as a separate heading, and for some of the other countries, you can again take that as a separate block. Fine. So impact on India, what will be the most obvious impact? Acha, chalo. Can this happen? Coastal erosion? Acha, chalo. One, again, that is one. Will it impact fisheries and fishing communities? So linked is the social aspect, that is the community. And again, please remember, because the question is saying, what will be the impact? Can I bifurcate it into environmental, economic, and even social? I can do so. So if, again remember, if the question is in environment topic, try to include other dimensions also, which means economic and social. Similarly, agar question science and tech ka hai, don't only write the technological aspect, bring in the socio-economic aspect, right? So here, other things which I can say, again link it to, talk about especially because of the coast and the level rise. That can be there, you can give examples for these. Now, the moment I bring in IOR, would it also impact, if there's a sea level rise, the navigation, trade routes? Yes or no? So even that can be there. Then bring in the other countries and bring about the threats to submergence. Ek issue. And another issue, so the moment I say social, is the issue of climate or environmental. Refugees, they will also be, ab usko, who is going to take care of them, etc. That will again be a challenge. Then there will be more and more disasters, right? Again, that is again why do we have so much of focus on HADR operations? Okay, humanitarian assisted disaster response operations. So I can write a lot of these points one by one. Definitely. So the loss of the marine potential, the marine resources will also be a challenge here. Rise in cyclone, coral bleaching, good point. Yes, you can add. There is somebody mentioned, because it is the Sri Lankan fishermen dispute. Again, it may रिवर शेयरिंग डिस्प्यूट्स, ठीक है, फेयर पॉइंट. हाँ चलो, दैट्स ऑल्सो गुड पॉइंट. क्रिटिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इन कोस्टल एरियाज, सो दैट इज व्हाट, दैट इज द इकोनॉमिक पार्ट. तो मैंने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ले आया, राइट. सो इफ यू आर एबल टू थिंक अक्रॉस डायमेंशंस, पॉइंट्स जनरेटिंग शुड नॉट बी अ चैलेंज. ठीक है, ओके. नाउ sustainable development strategies, we just saw the SDGs related etc, and now let's look at some of the strategies. A lot of the points that you are seeing, for so that is why in the Indian Ocean I can bring specific country and then mention some of the points just to have some diversity. So let's say if I remember from Maldives, from energy security, I can make a point more specific. So I can only avoid repetition. तो ऐसा नहीं है कि मैं 5 यहाँ लिखूंगा वही exact लिखूंगा 5. I can change that. Okay, so for example, if you have done your IR, so then for Maldives you can have a even more specific point. अब वहाँ पे कोई port infrastructure उसकी बात करोगे, you can make that point even more specific. That is how you can do that, right? हाँ, चलो इस पे आते हैं एक बार. Sustainable development. Now what you see here is going to get repeated across now the other topics. Let's have a look at it. What will be the strategies for sustainable development? Sustainable development जब भी दिखे आपके दिमाग में ये Venn diagram आना चाहिए. Economic, environmental and social, right? SDGs are to be achieved by which year? These are binding or non-binding? Non-binding, voluntary, ठीक है? What can be a strategy? Now, if I want to tackle climate change, just see the dimensions in which we are addressing. We are addressing economic dimension, agriculture as a separate, because again this is an important dimension. Energy we have taken separate, and we also have, this is a very important dimension, should not be ignored, right? One by one I'll go through it. Some of these points get expanded in their respective sections. Now economic mein investments in clean energy goes without saying, very important. This you can also link to net zero. India का target है 2070. Green building codes, see building operations are a substantial source of carbon dioxide emissions. So green building codes का idea क्या है? The buildings will emit less. In fact, if you see the future of buildings, normally क्या होता है buildings में क्या क्या use होगा? चलो, mortar, cement, these are emitting sources. Other than that, the modern buildings, first of all, they are not very well ventilated, right? उससे क्या होगा? Your energy consumption is high. So in the sustainable buildings, the idea is reduce your consumption. Second, also how to integrate waste management inside. तो आजकल आप जो modern buildings देखोगे, तो they will use new materials. आपने bamboo की buildings देखे होंगे, even in modern households. Okay. Second, they will try to integrate. The basic idea is green building as a concept to how can you reduce your emissions. Fine. Then charging infrastructure. This is related to electric vehicles. So if I want to transition to EVs, the idea is you should have a proper charging infrastructure. Without that, this will not make much sense. Now economic, again, focus on disaster mitigation. अभी थोड़ी देर में हम देखेंगे terms ये सारे. What is disaster mitigation, etc. So here also, for example, यहाँ पे term लिख सकते हो DRI, disaster resilient infrastructure, right? Japan is a big leader in this. Recently, Odisha का example is often quoted. Odisha faced a cyclone in 2000, okay, huge devastation. And in the recent times, Odisha has invested a lot of money in EWS, early warning systems. And because of that, they have been able to reduce the casualties by a substantial amount. Japan में जैसे earthquake proof या not proof I should say, earthquake resilient buildings are there, right? तो Japan काफी ज़्यादा पैसा लगाता है इसमें. And later on, अभी I'll link this to Sendai framework, which talks about BBB, build back better. That is a philosophy of, जैसे कि, so I'll just tell you, how many of you have known about Sendai? देखो, just like you have sustainable development, similarly for disaster, initially we had something known as Hyogo framework. This was from 2005 to 2015. Right now you are at Sendai framework. This is from 2015 to 2030. And when I'm writing SDGs, of course, SDGs, before SDG we had MDGs. So इसी तरह से similar मान सकते हैं इसको. One of the big things which Sendai framework talks about, disaster management should be proactive, it should not be reactive. It talks about B, B, B. It talks about D, R, R and DRI. Build back better, disaster risk reduction, disaster resilient infrastructure. Okay, I'll be expanding on these terms when we discuss disaster management, but just a couple of keywords for you to note. So SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, are similar in that sense to Sendai because the year of that is same. MDGs were Millennium Development Goals, they were preceding SDGs. Okay, okay. Now let's come back. Now coastal areas will have erosion. We can go for coastal rehabilitation, sustainable land use, and again put a star mark on setting up of early warning systems. Here you can just write the example of Odisha. How Odisha has been able to reduce cyclone related casualties because of this. Now there is also the case of recycling. How many of you have known the 3 R's, 4 R's, reduce, reuse, recycle, etc. So especially in waste management, this is used, right? And if I am able to manage the waste better, क्या होगा? Emissions कम हो जाएंगे. This is also a benefit of circular economy. In a linear economy, I use more inputs, I emit more. In a circular economy, I am able to use what I create, at least some of it. So it also helps. तो यहाँ पे एक और कीवर्ड यूज कर सकते हो, सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी. Now, at the social level, you have indigenous knowledge. Now, are the tribal peoples or have they always been closer to nature and environment? Right? So we can talk about indigenous knowledge. Many a times आपने सुना होगा for water conservation, ahar, pines, okay? The local tank and conservation. So indigenous methods are very useful. It is also where we use a keyword known as NBS, nature-based solutions. Right? For example, if we want to reduce the impact of cyclones or winds, there are certain trees that can be planted. Those are known as wind breaks and shelter breaks. Okay? So I can use nature-based solutions. ठीक है, Miyawaki can also be, you can use that. चलो फिर है water and sanitation. Social के level पे again you can write SDG 6. And this also has to be made better. And lastly speaking, this is always a common point, how people's capacity development has to happen. And this is again linked with the idea of build back better. This is linked with disaster management and even with climate change. Right? Because ultimately you have to empower the communities. Then only a substantial capacity can happen. The capacity development है. अब आते हैं agriculture पे. Climate smart agriculture. Can you give me any example where this can be used? Think of any drought resistant, millets, etc. cultivation can be good example. But I can also say there are certain rice varieties which PUSA is now experimenting. Some of them are drought resistant. Some of them are pest resistant. Right? Where is PUSA? पीछे यार, ठीक है, okay. Then changing cropping culture. Is monoculture या monocropping good or bad? Right? So we want to go for more and more. So instead of monoculture, what do you want to do? Crop diversification. Multi-cropping, relay cropping, all of this can be explored. Now in enhanced soil पे यहाँ पे best एक दो example आप लिख सकते हो. One is, for example, if the soil becomes too acidic, what can be applied to soil? Gypsum. We can apply gypsum. Other than that, we can also use mulch. Yeah, mulching. Yes. The soil So either gypsum, if it is too acidic, or mulch can be applied to the soil. This can be there. Promoting agroforestry. From the name you can make out that on the same piece of land you can also do agriculture, you can also do forestry, which can also help in doubling the farmer's income, right? So agroforestry can be one of those mechanisms to do it. Then availability of farmer. Here the basic idea is again focus on migration and focus on scientific inputs. If this is done, this would help. Local empowerment, we can have the Krishi Vigyan Kendra, because ultimately at the local level people have to be empowered of what to use, how to use it, when to use it. This will be a good factor, right? Now you come to the energy part. अच्छा, energy में एक चीज याद रखेंगे. We always talk a lot about transitioning to renewable energy, right? That is one way, but it is not the only way. Transitioning to renewable is fine, but the conventional source of energy में what is the problem that we have? For example, we still have a huge dependence on fossil fuels. We need to, so whenever we say energy part, तो उसमें दो dimension होने चाहिए. One is I want to diversify, fine, but I should also focus on productivity of the existing ones. Now diversification simply means if there is too much of coal, I should expand to renewables, nuclear, etc., etc. Sorry. But at the same time, if there is any of them, you have to focus on productivity. And developing countries में ये भी challenge है. A same power plant which is there in the US versus the same power plant which is there in India will not give you the same returns. We have more losses. So now हमने AT&C losses. Okay. Similarly, the technology that we use is old. Maintenance, upkeep is not up to the mark. Now, for example, many of you may know about this is flue gas desulfurization. In 2015, the government said it should be mandatory. But every year you will get a new article कि अब इसका implementation एक साल और वो कर दिया गया है. One more year of leeway has been given. The point here is this: in our cases, the implementation is not up to the mark. Mandate to again, but the point is they're diluting it, and most of the power plants, they are just looking for more and more extension. So this is the challenge. The issue here is most of the power plants they generate. अच्छा, flue gas desulfurization क्यों करोगे आप? Because the flue gas has a lot of SO2. You want to reduce it from the emission source. In fact, if you know, if you burn the coal, coal से gas निकलेगी. Indian coal has high ash or low ash content. High ash. So it will also have a gaseous component. And if from the chimney only, if you want to reduce it, you should install something here. Otherwise, this falls down, and this is known as fly ash. So again, my point is, whenever you write on energy with diversification, yes, we should do, but at the same time, whatever we are using it, we should be able to utilize that better. Because it's not that you will be able to reduce your dependence on coal in one moment. It will still take a long time. So जो use कर रहे हैं, we should use it productively. Fine. तो diversify करेंगे. Promote hybrid EVs. Any government scheme that comes to mind? FAME 1, FAME 2 you can write. Faster adoption, mobility, e-vehicles. Now renewables पे we have many schemes. There is a national solar mission, for example. Okay. कुसुम है और भी initiatives हैं हमारे. So these are few of the strategies. The idea here is you are working on agriculture front, energy, even the social, even economic. There are various aspects on which we are working, right? Now, we come to this. India gave its Panchamrit at COP26. Now, whenever you see this, you have to understand two things. Number one, you know Paris Agreement? Paris Agreement was which COP? Paris Agreement is famous for its nationally determined contributions. Now, remember, India had submitted 3 NDCs, fine? And whenever I am saying, you write it like this, 2 out of 3 we have achieved, and third we are very close to achieving it. The 2 that we have achieved are, so one is, for example, you are fulfilling this was one of the parts, that energy requirements are to be fulfilled by renewable energy. This should be how much? 40%. One and two we have. In fact, it is not just achieved, we have upgraded it. अभी आपको समझ में आएगा. What we have not achieved, I am writing in red. We are very close to achieving it. BN is billion, tons. So now I'll repeat. We wanted to secure 40% of energy needs through renewable energy. This was submitted way back in COP21, that is 2015. And second was, India said we should have a carbon emission intensity of 35%. Okay? These two we have achieved, we have even upgraded. अब क्या हो गया? 40% has become, कितना हो गया? 50. कार्बन एमिशन इंटेंसिटी और ज्यादा स्ट्रिक्ट हो गई हमारे लिए. अब कितना हो गया? रिड्यूस द कार्बन एमिशन इंटेंसिटी टू 45%. पहले कितना था? 35%. We've made it even more strict for ourselves. Third one, which is yet to be achieved, is you should create 2.5 billion tons to 3 billion tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. आसान शब्दों में, this is known as creation of a carbon sink. How do you create a carbon sink? Planting more trees. So what are you saying? You want to create a 2.5 billion tons to 3 billion tons of carbon sink. This, we are very close. We are almost around 2.23, 2.25 के आसपास हैं. So we are very close to achieving this also. So if somebody asks you what is India's status right now, what is that? The original 3 NDCs that we had submitted, we have achieved 2 out of them. What is the one that is remaining? 2.5 to 3 billion tons of carbon sink. This is the first aspect. Fine. Now, this we had submitted way back in 2015. So, COP26, by the way, this happened in Glasgow. Glasgow is in, and this happened in 2021. In this, India had submitted Panchamrit. These are the 5 targets. In Panchamrit, only one target is 2070, that is net zero. And by the way, that is India's own target. EU का target कितना है net zero का? 2050. China का target है 2060. Now what UPSC does, and this we have been teaching you since this was in news. This is in news since 2021. 2024 के prelims के पेपर में what they had done, EU's net zero target is 2040. Year change कर दिया, right? EU's target is 2050. China का कितना है? 2060, and India is 2070. The term is net zero. अगेन अ क्वेश्चन, नेट जीरो मीन्स जीरो emissions. नेट होना चाहिए जीरो. It means how much you emit versus how much you absorb. The difference of that should be zero. So let's say India emits 1 gigaton of carbon dioxide emissions. India absorbs. How would India absorb? बहुत तरह से कर सकते हैं. We can have natural methods. We can have, बिल्कुल इसको बोलते हैं CCS and CCUS. Carbon capture storage, carbon capture utilization and storage. Fancy terms हैं, होता बहुत सिंपल सा काम है. Right? This year in prelims you had a question on DAC, direct air capture. That is again a method of carbon sequestration. And this year again in mains a question, direct question क्या था? What is CCS? And if you have followed climate change anywhere, या तो ये हर साल आप पढ़ते हो, prelims में भी, even in mains. So these are some direct questions that will fetch you marks. What is CCS? Carbon capture and storage. I can do it simply by planting trees, but I can also use technology. कैसे करूंगा मैं technology? I'll take air, I'll inject that air deep inside the oceans in certain rocks, or more specifically basaltic rocks. ठीक है, तो अभी when I do CCS I'll just tell you. तो net zero क्या है हमारा टारगेट 2070. अदर 4 टारगेट्स आर 2030. दो हमें बिल्कुल याद होनी चाहिए. कौन से दो? जो ये अपग्रेड हो गए हैं. 40% हैज बिकम 50%. कार्बन इंटेंसिटी कितनी हो गई है? 45%. अदर टू लेट्स सी. रीच नॉन फॉसिल एनर्जी कैपेसिटी टू 500 गीगावाट. ठीक है, एंड देन reduce 1 billion tons of carbon dioxide emissions. ये दोनों अलग अलग हैं. This is to create a sink additional, and this overall is to reduce 1 billion tons of carbon dioxide emission. This simply means if India is emitting 60 tons, now you have to emit 59 billion tons. Whereas this talks to you about creating a carbon sink worth 2.5 billion tons to 3 billion tons. यहां तक समझ में आ रहा है? Now I want to ask you, what is the difference in point 1 and 2? Which is broader in scope, which is narrower in scope? First is broader. चलो, my question again, if I rephrase, non-fossil is broader or renewable energy is broader? So when you were seeing that image, 1 second, एक second जो हमने लिखा था यहाँ पे, हाँ, coal है, coal is fossil, non-fossil can be renewable, non-fossil can also be nuclear. If it is purely renewable, ये अलग हो जाता है, पर अगर मैं non-fossil बोलूं तो ये दोनों आ जाएंगे. That means non-fossil is broader. ठीक है? Okay. This is something maybe not now, you are seeing it right now, but over a period of time you should try to recall and remember it. ठीक है? इसको याद करो आप. ठीक है? Even in your answers, so you have almost a free ka conclusion. India net zero 2070. It is one of our targets of Panchamrit. And how to make it more specific? Either mention COP26 Panchamrit and write this. This would be very useful. Fine? Huh. This one, billion tons. Huh, they go 2.5 billion tons to 3 billion tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. I have to create a carbon sink which is able to absorb this much amount of carbon. How would I do so? By afforestation and plantation. Now, this is also linked. ये जो last target है आपका, this is linked to 2 other targets. Can anybody tell me? चलो, what is the target of India in terms of forest cover? 33% आप कह रहे हो? Correct. That is as per India's national forest policy. As per a national forest policy of 1988, India's forest and tree cover should be kitna? 1/3. How much is it? It is more or less? Less. How much? Almost very close. Anybody? 25.17. As per the Indian State of Forest Report 2023, the report is published by FSI, Forest Survey of India. It's a biennial report. It's a report published every 2 years. Forest and tree cover is how much? 25.17. ठीक है? So that is one. So we are short. Second, it is also linked to one more target. That is known as Bonn Challenge. ठीक है? Bonn Challenge में अपना target क्या है? Restore degraded land. हाउ मच इज इंडियाज टारगेट टू रिस्टोर डिग्रेडेड लैंड? जो नहीं सुना है मैं बता रहा हूं, 26 मिलियन हेक्टेयर्स. इंडिया हैज टू रिस्टोर 26 मिलियन हेक्टेयर्स बाय 2030. The global target is 350. This targets we will again see when I do desertification with you. ठीक है? तो ये क्यों जरूरी है? Because you want to again improve on your carbon sink. How much? 2.5 billion to 3 billion tons. I linked it to two other targets. कौन से दो targets से link किया है? National Forest Policy 1988 and second is Bonn Challenge. Bonn Convention अलग है. Bonn Convention is Convention on Migratory Species. Bonn Challenge is restoration of degraded land. Okay? Which one? No, in that we gave the target. Initially India's target was 12, upgraded to 16, then 19 and then 26 right now. So we have continuously upgraded it. 2018 आपको इसलिए याद आ रहा है, 2019 वाला this UNCCD की summit happened in India, New Delhi. वहां पे हमने target को upgrade कर दिया था. ठीक है यहां तक? Okay, now let's come to COP29. In fact, what you are seeing right now in COP29 is going to be similar in COP30 as well. Okay? Because COP30 से भी expectations इतनी ज़्यादा नहीं है. अगर होंगी भी तो they will definitely make sure that we will feel disappointed that nothing much has happened. Now, okay, just a second. अच्छा ठीक है, we are starting right from here. Now, a couple of things I'll tell you. See, COP26 happened. Okay. What is the biggest issue in climate change right now? Paisa. Yes. So, if I'm saying COP and that too, if I'm saying UNFCCC, United Nations Framework on Climate Change, there are two that stand out that have done a good amount of work. That is, one of them is this is very old. This is COP3. This is 19. COP3 अभी के लिए सिर्फ दो चीजें याद रखो. It was binding for certain developed countries. Second, it spoke about reduction of greenhouse gases. And remember those 6 gases that we had done? And it creates something known as adaptation fund. In fact, this is one of the reasons, because it is binding in nature. That is why it is not going to be as popular as a Paris Agreement. Fine. Second, it was targeted. It was not for developing countries. It was for developed. Or developed maybe scope tha और countries का. That it was not applicable for all the developed countries, only the ones which wanted to take a reduction. This is Kyoto Protocol. बहुत जगह इसकी बात होती है Kyoto Protocol की. Related to reduction of greenhouse gases, binding है. Then there were many such protocols, but we are more concerned with the ones which stand out. Paris Agreement. This is COP. Right? Now, Paris Agreement, you can also recall, is very famous. Why? Because India and France, they launched International Solar Alliance here only. Now, Paris Agreement is very popular. The reason is, it is and put a star mark. ये सही भी है, गलत भी है. The reason is, you are required to submit NDCs, nationally determined contributions. If you achieve them, बहुत अच्छा. Achieve them, उससे भी अच्छा. So there is no penalty if you do not achieve the targets. But you have to submit them. ये है that this is mandated. Submitting the NDCs is important. Achieving them, not achieving them is not an issue. And you can set it as per. So this is, it is not binding, but इसको submit करना है, ये जरूरी है. Right? So it talks about NDCs. It also talks about 1.5 to 2 degrees Celsius, जो हम बात कर रहे हैं इतने टाइम से, that we must ensure that the temperature should not increase by more than 1.5 to 2 degrees Celsius. Is that clear? So it tries to limit the global temperature increase to 1.5 to 2 degrees Celsius, right? In this NDC wala part, apne ke liye, for you, you'll write 2 by 3. Now, do you understand what is 2 by 3? India submitted its 3 NDCs here, out of which we have achieved 2. And we are on the verge of achieving the third one. Okay? These are some of the important things that when it comes. Other than that, there are certain things very much popular related to this. Article 6 hai, Article 8 hai, etc. This year in prelims, Article 6 was asked. The reason was this was in news because of COP29. तो उन्होंने पूछा आपसे Article 6. But ultimately Article 6 gets a backing and ultimately it's related to the Paris Agreement. Fine? Now, there is a very, so one fund, अच्छा funds को मैं अलग color code करता हूँ. This is one fund. There's another fund. चलो भूल जाओ इसको GEF को अभी के लिए. Think of GCF right now. Green Climate Fund. This is a fund, even if you don't know the name, you would have heard about it. Why? It is this fund which says developed countries will transfer $100 billion per year to developing countries. And this was supposed to happen post. The reason was Kyoto Protocol end हो रहा था 2020 में. Kyoto Protocol was implemented in 2 phases. One was from 2008 to 2013 and one was from 2013 to 2020. This was supposed to happen. Now, if you were to take a guess, how many years have we gotten $100 billion per year? The answer is 0, never, right? This again happens to be a problem. So, we have an adaptation fund. We already have a green climate fund. Then what happened? As and when the COPs happened, COP 26 becomes important, mostly for India's Panchamrit. So all the 5 pledges India submitted here. Okay. I'll also write one more initiative of India. But abhi ke liye, I'll just tell you one more point. Then in COP27, COP28, we came across something known as Loss and Damage Fund. So what you are seeing is, how many funds can you see in this slide? At least 3. You already have an adaptation fund in Kyoto. There's a green climate fund, $100 billion per year. There is a loss and damage fund. Now the idea of loss and damage fund is, there are some things that you cannot control. Okay, so for example, if there's a small island developing state, if it already has faced a challenge, it can be a loss or a damage. To compensate for it, there is a loss and damage fund. 3 funds अपने पास already है. And we were not able to operationalize these funds. We were not able to execute them. So what do you think a sane person will do in COP29? You have 2 options. जो problem exist कर रही है उसको सही करो या नई problem create करो. So we'll create a new fund. So what was done here? NCQG, New Collective Quantified Goal, with a very modest target, only $1.3 trillion to be mobilized. Usme se $300 billion was supposed to be grant, every other thing, which means $1 trillion is going to be loan, right? This is again the big complexity of climate change that you are seeing in front of you. So it will talk about $1.3 trillion. अब इसको mobilize कैसे करें? India has been very critical because only $300 billion are grant. Now the issue is, now you have 4 funds and I'm not even counting GEF. वो already है, वो तो बहुत पहले बन गया था. GEF is Global Environment Facility. So if you even add that, वो इससे भी पहले आ जाएगा. Then how many funds do you have? Now 5. No, GCF was to be operated via this, which is why I've written it outside. This was actually launched in Cancun, Mexico. Okay, and most probably the year was 2010. But this was to be implemented via the Paris Agreement later on. But it was launched in a separate COP. इसलिए मैंने इसको बाहर लिखा हुआ है. Now, इससे पहले you already have a global environment facility. This is known as mother of all environment funds, which is again managed through World Bank as one of the main trustees. Right? Now slowly, steadily, you will get used to the COPs and the funds. Maybe somebody is seeing this for the first time. It may seem overwhelming if you've not followed these developments. Okay? But with time, this will almost be a very basic information for you. Right? Now, can anybody tell me one of the other initiatives of India in COP26? Very good. That is why यहाँ लिखेंगे L. What is life? Lifestyle for environment. This also we launched in COP26. So हमारे लिए क्यों important है? For two major reasons. One is Panchamitra and one is life. That is lifestyle for environment. And lifestyle for environment talks about some keywords. Pro, planet, people. Okay? NCQG is saying over and above we'll transfer more money. So this already has issues. हमने और नए funds बनाए अभी. तो ये background clear हुआ पहले अपने को? What is, see, already we have a global environment facility. We have an adaptation fund under Kyoto. There is a green climate fund which promises $100 billion, and this is not directly an outcome. It was launched before it, but it is also linked to Paris Agreement. There is a loss and damage fund which is created, and there is this collective quantified goal. This has been there. So now let's go back and see what are the major outcomes. Now see, COP29, it happened in Baku is in, which is why if you see Baku finance and etc., that is related to COP29. Now commitment, सबसे पहला है new collective quantified goal, right? $300 billion annually इसको कर रहे हैं. उसके बाद Baku finance goal saying $1.3 trillion annually from public and private sectors. So what they have done, they have just increased the money commitment, and in many cases they are saying this will be over and above the funds which are already existing. How to do that? This will be a huge challenge, which is why COP30 mein everything will ultimately talk about money. We can almost anticipate what is going to happen in COP30, right? Second is some other things. Let's say it talks about an adaptation roadmap, right? How to support vulnerable nations, etc., improve resilience. There are certain national adaptation plans. Now, whenever adaptation, जब भी बात होगी, there are two keywords. One will be technical and one will be financial. Technical means the technology part of it. Financial means money, but you also know even technology is related to money. So whenever you have to talk about adaptation or mitigation, mention both things. One is the technological part and one is money part. Okay. Then local communities, indigenous people platform. So you are seeing social dimension also included here. They're talking about how indigenous people should be included. Gender and climate change, put a star mark. And gender is one theme that has been seen throughout in UNFCCC, in CBD, as well as CCD. That gender, climate, gender, biodiversity, gender and desertification are interlinked. Fine? In fact, this question has not been asked yet, but the intersection of gender with climate change, biodiversity and desertification is something you should brainstorm and explore. This can be a very probable question because every COP has highlighted it in the recent times. The intersection of gender with their theme. Okay. Then, important point is operationalization of Article 6. Right? Isko very quickly I'll tell you. Article 6 is ultimately related to now there are three things here. In fact, there is Article 6.2, 6.2, 6.4, 6.8. 6.2 and 6.4 are actually your market based. This is non-market. For each of them, I'll just give you an example. Very recently, India and Japan have signed an agreement related to trading of carbon markets. So if two countries sign an agreement, it is under 6.2. 6.2 में 0.2 को सोचो, 2 means two countries. So bilateral exchange happens in 6.2. 6.4 में क्या होता है? It is totally under UN, which means UNFCCC in this case. So if the countries have to, not bilaterally, but within the UN, if they have to trade carbon markets or if they have to trade carbon emissions, they will do in 6.4. You know what is market mechanism? Market works on supply and demand. In this case, let's say you want to trade certain emissions. Why would a country trade emissions? अब जैसे सोचो जापान है, you know Japan is a very much advanced economy. They are almost the leaders in green technologies, right? So if their companies want to do a project outside, they've already done their targets in their country. They have to go outside somewhere. अब India में there's a huge scope of investment. They'll put some money. So carbon markets में हो क्या रहा है? You are able to do the emissions, but just that you're changing the geography, right? Plus it gives an incentive to explore more less carbon emitting technologies. So 6.2 is purely bilateral, but if it happens under UNFCCC between multiple countries, that is 6.4. 6.8 is non-market. It simply means if we invest money, okay, in any industry, etc., but not trading it specifically in a market, that is a non-market mechanism. So in the prelims, UPSC had mentioned that Article 6, for example, is related to market and non-market mechanism. So non-market is anything which is not directly tradable. It can be you are investing a money, you can be putting some money in research and development related to this carbon or let's say decarbonization. So 6.8 क्या हो गया हमारा non-market mechanism है. 6.2 and 6.4 is market. One is bilateral and other one is multilateral कह सकते हैं within the auspices of UN. So that is, so this COP29 is famous for operationalization of Article 6 of Paris Agreement. Right? This was a big news, which is why in prelims you saw a question on this. Now, transparency and accountability is important factor. क्यों? If you are emitting carbon, how much carbon you emit, every country has to give a report, right? अब आप हो सकता है आपने सिर्फ 100 tons carbon reduce किया, but in the report you can mention it as 500 tons. Yes or no? Have you heard about the term greenwashing? Again related. जैसे in CSR the countries or companies can fudge their data, here also they can fudge the data. To prevent that, you have enhanced transparency frameworks. There is something known as BTR, Biennial Transparency Report. So countries are sharing their reports, right? And we will see this keyword again. Climate finance में सबसे important चीज है verification and second is transparency. Verification means if you say I have reduced 10 tons, how will I verify that you have reduced 10 tons, right? So think from an auditor perspective. If somebody has to audit how much emission has been realistically reduced, this becomes important. So all these things were discussed in COP29. अपने लिए सबसे important क्या था? Two major things. One is Article 6 and one is the finance goal overall with a target of $1.3 trillion, right? Now, what did India do? Again, some factual points. We will quickly go through them. एक बार पढ़ो इसको, because for us more important will be what happens in COP30. IT here means industrial transition. हाँ, किसमें राइट, नो इट्स अ नॉन मार्केट. जैसे क्योटो प्रोटोकॉल में देयर आर डिफरेंट एनेक्सर्स. क्योटो एंड पेरिस फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल डिफरेंट एग्रीमेंट्स. ठीक है, क्योटो में वी हैव डिवाइडेड द कंट्रीज. एनेक्सर 1 कंट्रीज होती हैं, वो दोनों अलग चीजें हैं. क्योटो, हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू आर अवेयर ऑफ द एनेक्सर्स ऑफ क्योटो प्रोटोकॉल? सी, एनेक्सर 1 एंड एनेक्सर 1, and there is from annexure 1 and non-annexure 1. This is a different concept. This is a different concept. ठीक है? नहीं, इसमें देखो annexure 1 नहीं, तो मैं आपको चलो एग्जांपल दे देता हूं. See, in Kyoto, there are actually 2 separate cases. Let's say if France does a project with Germany, and these are both annexure 1 and let's say another case of India doing a project with France. And for very simple reference, annexure 1 countries are, these are big developed countries. Developing countries can also be non-annexed countries. इस प्रोजेक्ट को non-annex and annex 1, this is under clean this is specific to Kyoto. This UPSC prelims में ये भी पूछा गया है. CDM is related to Kyoto, separate है, and this is known as joint implementation. This is also Kyoto, right? Whereas when we are talking of Paris agreement, in that case in non-market mechanism, पहली बात ये market mechanism है, तो 6.8 से तो लिंक नहीं है ये बिल्कुल भी. This is non-market. 6.8 is non-market when we are putting in some money, right, for some other specific cause. So that becomes a different thing. So if you were confused, let's say, हाँ, ऑफ कराना है, एक बार बोल दो, then you please speak. These are related to market. Actually, it was the Kyoto Protocol which first brought the concept of carbon markets, right? A similar thing is also seen in Paris Agreement, but this is even more exhaustive, right? And here you have the Article 6. This is market mechanism similar to this. But क्या है issue, दोनों में क्या issue है? Here in Paris Agreement there is no annexure. It is open for all the countries. Whereas this is more specific for developed countries, right? तो वो concept अलग अलग है दोनों के. But ये जो दोनों चीजें, this also UPSC has asked you once, and these are separate. These are the more recent ones. This is non-market. तो अगर किसी को डाउट है इन सारे टर्म्स में, दिस इज द बेस्ट वे टू अंडरस्टैंड. क्योटो हैज जॉइंट इंप्लीमेंटेशन, क्लीन डेवलपमेंट मैकेनिज्म. पेरिस एग्रीमेंट, अंडर दिस यू हैव आर्टिकल 6, एंड दिस आर्टिकल 6 वाज ऑपरेशनलाइज्ड इन COP 28. सोचो, दिस इज वे बैक, कि कौन से साल का है, बट दिस वाज इन न्यूज इन 2024. इमेजिन 9 years later, Article 6 got operationalized in COP 29, Azerbaijan, Baku. That is why we are seeing this concept. Is it clear? Sorry? These are what? Well, corporate, I didn't get you. No, that sectors though they can allocate based on the, let's say it can be automobile, it can be, let's say, new power plant. So it based on that, based on the sectors. No, not necessarily, because उसमें भी तो they'll invest into certain sectors only, ना. Now let's come back. India's role and position in COP 29. This you please quickly go through. Almost everything we have seen. अब जैसे ISA में भी the target has increased. Climate finance में advocated. Now India has mentioned that you should double the targets, but this is not going to be accepted. What they have said, $300 billion in grants. Now India, यहाँ पे जो points लिखे हैं, यहाँ पे just एक चीज ये लिख सकते हो, India has been critical of COP29. One reason why is it critical is a very small amount is given in terms of grants, right? And then India has also said the stance at mitigation and adaptation is very weak. We have not given no clear indicators on how do you achieve it. And we have also opposed the revising of Paris Agreement. We have simply said what is the position in Paris Agreement should be followed in letter and spirit, right? And we've demanded accountability for pre-2020 shortfalls as well. Now, when you see India's position, please keep in mind, India is a staunch advocate of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. And this is especially an area where India demonstrates a lot of climate leadership through its Panchamrit. Okay, so India has very audacious, wide goals in this case. Additionally, we have seen that India, for example, has been very vocal. So be it mission life. So we have been critical of, let's say, countries like USA and overall big emitters who are not taking responsibility. So if you keep that in mind, all these points will make sense. So we have been vocal about small island developing states. ठीक है, और last point अगर पढ़ो, we say that transition is important. Transition means we are going from coal-based energy to renewable energy. But keyword क्या है यहाँ पे, इसको underline करो. This is a, आपने फिर सुना ना, just, fair, reasonable. The transition must be just. Or just transition, who will demand? Developed or developing? Developing. What they will say, we need growth, right? And yet we have to, you have to support us. So that means support is needed without compromising growth. And what will growth need? Growth needs, एक और चीज है, by the way, growth also needs fossil and coal. Although this view is also slightly outdated. Conventionally, every country thinks that growth is only based on coal. But in the modern times, growth can also be without coal. Okay? But this will be more difficult to achieve it in practice. Reason क्या है? जैसे भी COP29, इसका lead sponsor कौन होगा? Its lead sponsor will be the most polluting company. वो होगा lead sponsor. COP30 में भी this is the same trend you will see. The most leading polluter or sponsor will be the, and they will say no to carbon, right? So this happens. So there is a, जब आप BP, a big shell companies जो आप देखोगे, the Shell, for example, BP, these are huge coal players, and there's a big coal lobby, right? So that is why you have very small cuts with respect to decarbonization. There's nothing that is out of the word or something which is very specific and very strict. This is again a challenge in this case. Is that okay? ठीक है. अब आते हैं challenges पे. अब देखो, ये this is going to be very important for us to understand, and some of these points are very technical in nature. Till now we have not seen. In fact, I was expecting a question this year on climate finance. नहीं आया. अब हो सकता है इस साल बहुत probable question हो. ठीक है? What are the challenges? And by the way, almost similar challenges होंगे आपके COP30 में भी. Why? Because we can see in the future, right? चलो challenges देखते हैं. Number 1, inadequate finance commitments. Yes or no? The finance is inadequate. Why is that? सबसे बड़ा issue, you need 2.3 to 2.5 trillion dollars, और आपको मिल कितना रहा है? Huge mismatch. So number 1 issue is inadequate finance commitment. Second आ जाओ, इसी का एक derivative point. The financing is loan heavy. Who likes a loan? Nobody. ठीक है? तो loan नहीं पसंद. It increases the debt burden for low income countries. This is again a challenge. Right? Then, अब एक चीज, एक अच्छी, मतलब I'll tell you, fossil fuel ambiguity. Now I'll write 2 keywords. You will tell me who supports what. One is phase down, one is phase out. Developing countries किसको support करेंगे बताओ? Phase down. Who will say phase out? डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज. सो फॉसिल फ्यूल में ये सबसे बड़ी डिबेट है, फेज डाउन वर्सेस फेज आउट. नाउ व्हाई विल डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज से फेज डाउन? क्योंकि भाई नाउ देयर सेइंग अब तो मलाई खाने का समय आया है. नाउ इज द टाइम फॉर अस टू ग्रो, फॉर एग्जांपल, एंड ग्रोथ, बिकॉज सी you have to understand coal is cheaper, right? So for them, they also want to grow, they also want to have all the power, light, everything, so they want to phase it down. Now the developed countries have everything sorted, they are at the best levels of economic development, social development, and they have all the technology and resources available, they have all the green technologies, yes or no? So what they will want, ab karo bhai, phase out. And second issue is political issue also, because the developing countries are one of the worst, let's say, they are the worst affected by climate change. They should have been given money, yes or no? Unko paise bhi nahi mile, kuch nahi mil raha. And when they are saying let's phase out, the burden is going to fall on low income countries. The developing countries are equally fine with phase out, but you should help in phase out. पर वो आप करोगे नहीं, ये challenge है पूरा climate change ka, that while we are giving, and which is again why you have seen, for example, EU has something known as carbon border adjustment mechanism, which is very good in principle but again bad in practice, because it is a carbon tax which also impacts India, right? Chalo वापस आते हैं. Fossil fuel पे ambiguity है, no renewed commitment, and here please write down these two words, and you can also use the debate between phase down and phase out. That can also be mentioned here. Now, एक common challenge है, we already know, global emissions are rising. जहां 2023 लिखा, you can also mention 2024. So record high emissions, and they are increasing. Why? Development, right? Carbon dioxide is getting emitted, methane is getting emitted. Methane is there, released in which cases? बताओ कहां से methane emit होती है? चलो first tell me, is there any natural source of methane emission? एक एक करके. चलो somebody saying wetlands. How many wetlands do we have in India right now? Update करो. 93. They were two very recently added in Bihar. Okay, दो ऐड हुए हैं. Although आपको नहीं से मैंने 89 पढ़ा था, उसमें दो ऐड हो गए और फिर से दो और ऐड हो गए. Right now how many are there? 93. Just a week back. Just a week back. Okay, what is the other source of methane emission? Natural बोला है. Natural is termites. Termites are also source of natural emission of methane, right? And when I come to, चलो livestock can also be there. Livestock एक process होता है enteric fermentation का. From that they release methane. हाँ, correct. And of course there are a lot of man-made process. उसमें मैं agriculture को ले आऊँगा. Paddy cultivation etc. releases methane, yes or no? और कोई चीज that releases methane? Even mining releases methane. Can lead to methane. Permafrost thawing, can it release methane? Yes. So there are many sources of methane release. All of that is there. Okay, let's come back. Mitigation, there is a deadlock. क्यों? Develop disagreement on fossil fuel, and wherever you are writing fossil fuel, also write a separate point. Fossil fuel lobby is very strong. One of the reasons why we are not able to stop plastic waste, plastic की lobby बहुत strong है. The plastic companies will tell you recycling of plastics can be done, but in reality it is very difficult. Second, it generates a lot of waste. They will give you big things, single use plastics, use and throw. Problem क्या है? वापस तो वही आएगी ना. It is ultimately in the ecosystem only. Use and throw does not mean you throw and it vanishes. Yes. Now, delayed NDC updates. What is NDC? Nationally determined contributions. Now we know it is. So many countries are not updating. It's again a global problem. So that is limited coordination. Loss and damage fund has operational issues. अब मैं आपको बताता हूँ. See, in COP27 they created loss and damage fund. In COP28 they added one very important adjective: operationalization of loss and damage fund. In COP29 they added one more adjective: full operationalization of this loss and damage fund. अभी भी दिक्कत क्या है? अब अगली बार क्या करेंगे? They'll add timely and full utilization. So nothing much will happen. They'll keep on adding the adjectives, and this is again the dilemma of climate finance. Now, Progress on financing and execution remains inadequate. This is again something known to all of us. Inequity in emissions. इसमें ब्रैकेट में लिखो Oxfam. The report is carbon inequality report. G20 nations account for 77% of global emissions, and they would still be very sad on seeing it कि सिर्फ 77%. We are used to 90 and 95%. Yes or no? चलो. Next, alleged influence. चलो ये भी आ गया. चलो, fossil fuel lobbies. Now Azerbaijan was hosting it, and Azerbaijan's oil interests, oil exploration, it also drew criticism. इससे पहले भी, that is why we have seen many times either the country or the host sponsor is going to be somebody who is a big polluter, right? So that is also going to be a constant case or a constant issue in this case. ठीक है, okay. Now what is the way forward here? इस वे फॉरवर्ड में कीवर्ड सब ये तो आपके आंसर में, अगर क्लाइमेट चेंज का आंसर है, यू हैव टू ड्रॉप इन दीज थ्री. आइदर राइट इक्विटी और राइट जेटी. जेटी इज जस्ट ट्रांजिशन. जैसे देयर इज अ टॉपिक ऑफ क्लीन एनर्जी, उसमें हम ये कीवर्ड लिखेंगे जस्ट ट्रांजिशन, फाइन. और सीबीडीआर, यू हैव टू यूज दीज कीवर्ड्स, और यू कैन इवन यूज लेट्स से इंडियाज नेट जीरो एटसेट्रा एटसेट्रा. नाउ you have to operationalize. जरूर नहीं आप 6.4 लिखो. Overall article 6 also you can write efficiently with safeguards to prevent. One more keyword I'm using, prevent greenwashing, right? Greenwashing, what is greenwashing? Giving a false impression that a product or a company is environment friendly. Okay, now जैसे can you give me any example of greenwashing? Coca-Cola, what did it do? Chalo, the Volkswagen famous case, they had changed this software, so it was giving lesser indication of CO2 emission. It was emitting more, but value कम आ रही थी. और भी बहुत केसेस जैसे आप देखोगे, Zara, H&M, all of them, सबके सब लिखेंगे ग्रीन फ्रेंडली एंड दिस एंड दैट, है ना. कोई पर्स होगा लेदर का, उस पर भी होगा ना मिनिमल एंड ऑल ऑफ दिस. तो दिस इज अ ट्रेंड बिकॉज नाउ the consumer is pro environment, तो कुछ तो करना ही पड़ेगा. For example, all the Apple and all these companies who make the phone, Samsung, अब वो आपको चार्जर नहीं देते साथ में. क्यों? The argument is that it will lead to the box size will be bigger, so in a flight you will have lesser boxes. So to save on that, what will we do? We'll sell you this separately. क्योंकि अब एक बॉक्स का वेट कम हो जाएगा. No, this is what they argue. The box weight is less. They can pack in more in one single flight, na? So instead of let's say 100 phones, now they can pack 200 phones. So they have saved on the emissions, and you have to pay more for that, right? Chalo. हाँ वो भी है, and उसका भी एक issue है. For example, Apple and other companies, they have different chargers. So what that led to? More and more e-waste. You are buying more, which is why EU had to step in. तो EU ने फिर regulation लाया. And finally Apple agreed after a very long time. So now they will have a universal charger in that C type. तो भी issue था. चलो, ensure, please underline, grant based, fast disbursing, all these are dreams. Loss and damage fund for vulnerable countries, we can say. इसमें keywords अपने timely, ambitious, NDC updates. COP30 is happening in Belém, Brazil. And strengthen the role of indigenous communities, inclusive, transparent negotiation process. Okay, just please see this quote. Right? Success of climate action does not lie in pledges made at podiums, but in the justice delivered to the most vulnerable. All right? Now, let's move ahead. This was the question that was asked this year. This is nothing to be surprised about. Easy question, but imagine it is a 15 marker 1-5. Please just read this once. Ideally, they should have asked this question in 2022 or 2023. पूछा कब? इस साल 2025. और 15 मार्कर है. in this question without mentioning India's 3 targets, achievement of 2 targets and updates of 5. और ये question क्यों repeated है? In 2022 they are directly asked what are the outcomes of India's पंचामृत, पांचों के पांचों पूछे थे लिखने को, and then review it. So in this question the factual part is that, but then the part is review. वो अभी हम net zero पढ़ेंगे, that also you'll get to understand how far we have achieved them, what are the challenges that India is going to face. That's all that you have to write in this case. तो इसलिए NDCs whenever you say, otherwise आप सोचोगे सर 2015 NDCs क्यों याद करने हैं? The point is even the third NDC is very close to getting achieved. Maybe by the year end or in this recent times, you may find in new articles that India achieved all the 3 out of its original NDCs. The remaining ones are still a work in progress. Is that okay? Okay. So that is why for climate change, not only should you know all the concepts, consequences that we have done, but जो factual part है, and they can go as back. And this is the further back they could have gone. And उन्होंने पूछा फिर आपसे basic comparison, right, of NDCs originally sent and what is the status right now, and you have to write a review. Okay. Now let's come to this India's net zero targets. Now this topic and the next topic after this are very interesting and very related. There will be some element of science and technology also, because I'll tell you some technologies. So ये है, और हाँ next है, this is clean energy, and third topic is also finance is almost a derivative of what I've done. Fine. So abhi I'll take up till this topic. What is that topic? So these 4 topics are very interrelated. Fine. So now let's do this one by one. Now India's net zero target. सबसे पहले, what is the year? 2070. ठीक है. अब इसकी बात कहां करी हमने? COP26 Glasgow. This also we know. What is net zero? Very basic thing you should know. Carbon neutrality. Right? Balancing greenhouse gas emissions with removal, green sinks or technologies. और इसी के लिए एक और टर्म आता है, बाद में अभी देखेंगे, CC, carbon capture storage, carbon capture utilization and storage. Fine. Now, why net zero matters to us? This is very easy to understand, right? Because you want to achieve the targets of Paris climate goal below 1.5 degree. Protect ecosystem and biodiversity, reduce the degradation. Again, think of air, water, think of energy security. In the question of net zero, energy dimension has to be there. Right? Energy security. What is energy security? For example, see, if what is the issue right now? That first of all, we are dependent. A lot of crude oil, LNG, we get it from the outside. Second, most of these sources are polluting in nature, right? That is a challenge. So what do we want? We want to have, for example, renewable energy, but at the same time, ab renewable mein issue kya hai? For example, there is an increased use of solar power, but with solar power, are we self-reliant or dependent? Dependent on, for what? Photovoltaic cells, right? The panels, so most of them we are importing. So energy security kya chahiye aapko? Pehli baat, you want to reduce reliance on coal, and second, diversification, and also add the element of self-reliance. This can also be done. Right? Now, if we are going to transition to net zero, we will also be creating a lot of new jobs, because this is going to be a new market. So this is going to lead to green jobs and investments. So employment badhega, renewables mein, green mein. And underline this keyword ESG. What is ESG? Environment, social, governance. ESG related investment India में कौन track करता है? Which is the body related to this? SEBI, right? And SEBI publishes a report known as this year's prelims question: Business, Sustainability and Risk. Something कौन सा नाम है इसका? BRBSB and something like that. Just please Google once. ESG is environmental, social, governance in these 3 sectors. Right? So ESG is the new buzzword. Right now, the investments were only in terms of governance hai koi sector. But ESG investments will include all the 3: environmental, social and governance. For overall just transition, right? But business, sustainability, and what was the full name? Business responsibility and business responsibility and Sustainability Report. This is published by SEBI. And this is to prevent what? Prevent greenwashing. Business responsibility, sustainable reporting. Okay, now, why net zero matters? For example, if India is able to achieve its targets, always bring in the leadership angle for India. Right? We have shown leadership in environment. By the way, we have also shown leadership in disaster management. Any example that you can give to prove my point? How has India shown leadership in environment? One is ambitious targets, Paris Agreement, International Solar Alliance, Panchamrit. For disaster management, yes, CDRI, Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. Okay? जैसे तो ये you know ISA, life, we had given life in COP26 Glasgow. Fine. So why net zero matters should be clear to you. Now, what are the strategies to achieve net zero? अब इसमें भी just see, it is not just renewable. Yes, renewable is important. In that, one of the targets we've already seen 500 gigawatt non-fossil. Yes or no? This is a target under Panchamrit. We have a national solar mission. Now, remember, India has something known as National Action Plan on Climate Change, which was launched in 2008. It has 8 components. One of those components is this. It also has a national water mission, national mission related to Himalayan ecosystems, for strategic knowledge, etc., etc. Same, Pradhan Mantri, let's say Surya Ghar Yojana, related to this. You also want sustainable lifestyles, life movement for behavioral change. ऐसा क्यों? Why? Can you give me example what is not a sustainable lifestyle and how that is a problem? चलो यूज एंड थ्रो हमने देखा, और सोचो सेडेंटरी से क्लाइमेट चेंज कैसे होगा? लाइक हाउ? चलो ठीक है, ओके. इज द यूज ऑफ प्राइवेट जेट्स गुड? यू कैन ऑल्सो डिबेट दैट. और सोचो, पिक अप प्रैक्टिकल एग्जांपल्स व्हाई लाइफस्टाइल इज मेंशन्ड हियर. चलो ठीक है, वेरी गुड. अभी आपने सुना होगा दैट बैंगलोर इज थिंकिंग ऑफ एन आइडिया ऑफ कंजेशन टैक्स. And this was widely debated. Why? Because they're saying roads are not good, right? You have a lot of traffic. We cannot take metros. And now you're saying if we have a car, if I use my car individually, you'll put a congestion tax. So this is both debated, right? Or socho, when I say sustainable lifestyle, remember everything starts with the individual, right? Small acts of, let's say, wasting the water, okay, or throwing the waste. Talking of throwing the waste, I have a very, let's say, ये example मैं हमेशा बताता हूँ. What happens at 2 AM and 3 AM? In these areas, remember projectile motions, okay, of huge wastes going from one region to the other. और उसकी reason क्या है? Because there are a lot of CCTV cameras. आप ऐसे जाओगे. Otherwise, which is why sometimes you will see at 2 AM and 3 AM, people will have all the masks and everything covered, and then they'll go and just drop and move away. This happens in many regions. People can give an example कि sir, there are very limited, let's say, waste basins or waste bags available. That is also fine, true. But the point is, focus should be on sustainable lifestyle, which means how much waste we generate, how much water we use or we do not use, misuse, okay, and everything related to that. And ultimately, it should be a behavioral change. सबसे मुश्किल क्या काम होता है? In ethics, you know, 3 things are there. Or in general, attitudinal change, so cognitive change, attitudinal change, and ultimately behavioral change. So one is at the level of thought, one is at the level of emotion, and one is at the level of behavior. The most long-lasting change is behavioral change. तो इसीलिए गवर्नमेंट के लिए सबसे टफ क्या होता है? behavioral change. You know you should wear helmets. Government knows you should wear helmets. तो cognitive सबको पता है, emotion भी पता है, but behavior नहीं change होता, right? And good examples of behavioral change can include schemes like Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. These are often cited. So my point is lifestyle and making that again as a sustainable part. So yes, you can give examples. Somebody has mentioned, yes, the good example of, for example, circular economy. Yes, that can be there. Not switching off the lights, ठीक है. Use of personal transportation, ठीक है, fair points. Polythene, अब polythene का भी example है, because polythene, why it is very easily available. Earlier what used to happen, that somebody is giving, if you charged just 1 rupee extra, if you go to a mall, normally what will people do? They'll not take the bag, they'll take everything, हर जगह रख के वो चले जाएंगे ना, if that is 1 or 2, 3 rupees extra. Which is why there was also an idea to increase the thickness of these polythenes. If the cost gets increased, and second, it will not be able to be recycled. But okay, that was not a good success. We already know that. Okay, fair point. Okay. Now let's come back. Transport reforms. EV we know. Electric vehicles. BS6. What is BS? Bar standards. In which year India implemented BS5? We leapfrogged from BS4 to BS6. Now, we are modeling this on Euro 4, Euro 6 norms. Who is the implementing agency of BS6? CPCB. Okay? Now, there is a national e-mobility mission. Okay? Then you have green finance, again an important point. SGB, sovereign green bonds. See, what are bonds? Bonds are debt instruments. What are green bonds? Specifically debt instruments for green projects. Right? So sovereign green bonds ho gaye. VGF is viability gap funding. What is the idea of VGF? जैसे if you want to implement a green project, आपके पास 100 crore है. You need 50 crore more. The government can help in bridging the gap. Viability gap funding. Okay? ESG based FDI. अभी क्या है? FDI comes in every sector. Let's say FDI is coming for coal versus FDI coming for ESG. Which is better? ESG, environmental, social governance. So this can be promoted. Tech and innovation, national green hydrogen mission. Right? Why is it going to be important? Because green hydrogen is what? Renewable. Right? Second, it will create a lot of jobs. Right? So it is environmentally important, economically important, even socially important. CCS क्या है? अभी बात करी. Carbon capture storage. इसको in just 5 minutes from now I'll just discuss some of the ways to do this. Smart grids. How can grids be smart? नहीं वो एक initiative है, but how can grids be smart? जैसे कि the moment there is a transition. So for example, if the power gets cut, you can directly use, let's say, solar energy. Similarly, if there is extra load, something that can be stored back to the grid, that if you are able to do seamlessly, that is again a smart grid. Okay? Expansion of nuclear is also clean, but problem kya hai? Fear. Problem is also that when countries like Japan have faced a problem, that is why there was a lot of people protest. That is why in India, Kundankulam, Jaitapur, in all these areas, jahan plants and nuclear power plants, there will always be a people protest. India has had Bhopal gas tragedy, right? So India mein civil liability, although now it is stronger, but still nuclear mein aap blame kisko karoge? Is it only the plant, or is it the regulator or the plant operator? That is also a challenge. Now, carbon markets and sinks. You have carbon trading platforms. With that, please remember Article 6. Okay? Now, afforestation. 33% forest stock. This is as per the National Forest Policy. Now, carbon trading, while it is good, but it is not the best way to go for net zero, right? क्यों? Emission बस location change कर रहा है. Emission by themselves are not reducing. At max क्या हो सकता है? That you are doing a new low carbon project. But this carbon market में the only issue with carbon markets is that it does not eliminate the carbon, it transfers the location geographically. Yes or no? That is a challenge in carbon markets. Now, you have resilient infrastructure. So of course, India supports CDRI. What is CDRI? Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. India was one of the main in the formation. This was there in the New York Climate Action Summit 2019. Sustainable cities. Some better design architecture can also be done so as to reduce the emissions. Sustainable agriculture, you can also write NMSA. National Mission on Sustainable Agriculture. By the way, this is also part of National Action Plan on Climate Change. Yes, we can also say energy credit certificate, even that can be used. Okay, promotion of climate smart practices, organic farming, agroforestry. You can also write ZBNF. Who is the person responsible for ZBNF? Zero budget natural farming. Any person that you remember? Subhash Palekar? और कोई याद आ रहा है? Any area or part of India where ZBNF is very popular? No, Sikkim is the first organic. You're confusing with organic then. So this, by the way, ZBNF is being practiced in many parts. Even in South India, even in parts of North India, you're seeing this being promoted. Is all these separate points, agar question hai na, how to tackle energy transition, etc. These are separate dimensions to think about. It is not just renewable energy. Many people only think of renewable. Apne paas sustainable lifestyle, transport, green finance, technology, carbon markets, resilient, as many as you can think of, and each of them is supported by respective points and examples. So that is the main crux sharing this. What are the strategies for achieving net zero? Is this okay? Now, there are certain frameworks. Of course, there is this National Action Plan on Climate Change launched in 2008. It has how many submissions? 8 submissions. You have National Green Hydrogen Mission, right? Decarbonizing some of these hard sectors. And overall 5 MMT, million metric tons capacity is to be created. And it also talks about many jobs. I think a very big number of jobs. I'm not able to recall how many. So that is the capacity it wants to create. Now, international cooperation, of course, ISA launched in 2015 Paris Agreement. ISA, where is the headquarter of ISA? Gurgaon. Anybody, can you tell me what is the money target of ISA? Sahi hai, sahi hai. Answer is? This is by 2030, this is not annual. They want to mobilize $1 trillion while doing so. With ISA, also remember, ISA had launched a very famous initiative. One sun, one word, one grid. This is known as Green Grids Initiative. What we are trying to do at the India level, they want to do at a global level. One sun, one word, one grid initiative. This was launched again in a COP, you will not forget now. Glasgow, 21. One sun, one word, one grid. Is the membership of ISA limited to tropical countries? Initially, this was true, but now it has been expanded even to non-tropical countries. The only difference is that the non-tropical countries don't get the voting rights, right? While they can be a member, but they will not have the voting rights. The voting rights are extended only to the tropical countries. Okay? Now, there is something known as Global Biofuel Alliance. When was this launched and where was this launched? It was in the G20 summit, which was led by India. So this is again 2023. Okay, there's a mission innovation which again talks about how to improve industrial technology cooperation. There is CDRI, Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. There is Kigali Amendment. Any idea what this is related to? So abhi when we do ozone, I'll tell you Montreal, there's a Montreal Protocol. Usme there is something known as a Kigali Amendment, right? And this is related to phase down of HFCs, almost by 85%. It is not elimination, but a phase down of HFC. What is HFC? Hydrofluorocarbons. Where are they used? Normally in refrigerators and ACs. Okay, and they were replacement to CFCs. Chlorofluorocarbons and hydrochlorofluorocarbons का replacement थे. But problem क्या हुई? We later on recognized that these are also greenhouse gas. This was a challenge. No, see, ISA was created in COP21, that is 2015, but ISA ka initiative, one sun, one word, one grid, this was launched in COP26. So if you have this confusion now, I think it should be fine. ISA getting launched COP, and I've never said COP15, that is COP21, 2015 is the year. ठीक है? Okay. Now, what are the challenges ahead? Again, these are broad points we can use again and again. So, पहला issue क्या है? अभी भी सबसे बड़ा issue है energy dependence. We have more than 50% electricity which is coming from coal. और renewables का integration अभी भी बहुत slow होगा. This is a challenge for net zero. Second issue is money. ये दोनों points तो हमेशा common है. ये देखो, money and technology. Money में क्या challenge है? Green transition is estimated to cost, and you should write this line, $10 trillion by 2070. कितना पैसा दिया जा रहा है? 1 point, limited money only, right? So this green transition requires a lot of money, and only, let's say if I talk about India, India needs a lot of money. सिर्फ India का पैसा है, this is the money that India would need. $10 trillion, right? Now, technological gaps. Limited access to advanced clean tech technologies. अब इसमें एक और component जुड़ जाएगा. The issue of IPR. This is also an issue of developed versus developing. Intellectual property rights. And which is why we know many times when we have a collaboration with a country, it is only generally related to manufacturing. Manufacturing may be assembly, but it is not joint production or co-production. This is also an issue of IPR. Then, socio-economic the issue. Again a report, top 10% in India emit 20 times more than the bottom 10%. Huge inequality. Within India issue hai, plus global also this is an issue, right? There are policy bottlenecks. Now, policy bottlenecks mein ek issue kya hai? Jaise for example, you have National Action Plan on Climate Change. When this was launched? Right now, what is the year? So, this has not been updated with time. Second, in this action plan, there is excessive focus on solar. In renewables, don't you think we are excessively focused on solar? Right? For hydro or small hydro projects, or let's say wind turbine, other projects, there is not enough focus. These are some of the criticisms of India's issues of National Action Plan on Climate Change. That we are overtly focused on solar. On solar, yes, we have had some inroads. We've made some good developments. But that has also sometimes come at the cost of other projects, other, let's say, plans. Second, ये update नहीं हुआ है. Climate change in 2008 versus climate change in 2025 has seen a huge change. Yes, assessment report ही अभी सबसे recent आई है. That assessment report 6. This has come only just 2 years back. So we have to update our policy. Inconsistent, एक और issue है. This you can also understand in policy. There are multiple ministries who are operating. You have Ministry of Power. You have Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. You have Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. You have Ministry of Forests and the Climate Change. Right? Ab aap, isme you can also bring in Water, Ministry of Jal Shakti. How to have coordination? Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas will always come at loggerheads with New and Renewable Energy. Kyun? Because most of the money they are getting, petroleum and natural gas, are from traditional sources which are polluting in nature. So policies may, you can also write the issue of lack of coordination with ministries. And this same problem also gets repeated in EIA. There are some projects which will have cross-sectoral linkage. So usme agar if there are multiple ministries involved, there will be multiple interests. Yes or no? This will also be a challenge. So regulatory problems hai apne yahan. And last में, if you go for net zero, एक और issue है agriculture case में. Now, in this, please remember, has India agreed to cutting down methane emissions? No. और India का stance क्या रहा है? What has India said? Methane emissions are not luxury emissions. We are emitting methane because of food security. इस वजह से you will also remember India has not signed global methane pledge. Now I'll go back to that diagram again. अब देखो COP26 है ये सब. COP26 में there was a global methane pledge that was launched, which spoke about 30% reduction in methane by 2030. Why should we remember? India did not sign it. GMP is Global Methane Pledge. Again in COP26, 30% reduction in methane by 2030. India did not sign it. Why did India not sign it? Agriculture emissions are not luxury emissions. There's a difference between the two. ठीक है, वापस आते हैं. So again, balancing food security with emission cuts. So here you have to bring in the element of methane, and you can directly mention India's viewpoint that agriculture emissions are not luxury emissions. Fine, and this will make the position very clear. You will also understand future में भी India क्यों नहीं sign करता है anything related to methane, right? Because it will put binding parts on methane, and this is also linked to WTO. WTO में there is also challenge of agriculture. You know the Doha development agenda, right? So if you see developed and developing, that issue is also in agriculture, that issue is also in environment, that issue is across various sectors, right? Are we clear on this? Okay. Now, what should be done? Way forward. So of course, focus on energy efficiency, right? That is why the term that we wrote, energy productivity, that is nothing but energy efficiency. Whatever you are using, you should be able to extract maximum out of it. That is efficiency. What is efficiency, if you want to tell me? Production divided by time, right? So you have to think about this efficiency. Efficient appliances, green, which is why people now are more ki bhai, what is the rating of a fan, rating of an AC, etc. So efficiency is one. Then decentralized renewables, so rooftop solar, off-grid systems we can focus on. We can have better carbon pricing and market mechanisms. For example, if there are certain companies, for example Mahindra. So Mahindra has a metric which tells that for in a month, let's say they produce 100 cars. To produce that, what was their carbon emissions? So they are able to know that for X amount of production, I am having X amount of carbon. Other companies, if also have this, this will help in internalizing the environmental cost. Or if you have a metric, let's say you release, let's say 1 ton of CO2 for every car. Now have a target of 0.8, 0.4, 0.6, आप reduce कर सकते हो. Okay? Then green skill development, अब इसको आप link करो mission life से. If you have to have sustainable lifestyle, this should be linked to green jobs. Green jobs will require green skills, right? So equip the youth for green jobs. Inclusive planning, so you have to think of vulnerable sections during the transition, right? Again, push for easier access to loss and damage fund, green climate fund, new collective quantified goal. Now just read the conclusion once. इसमें भी 2-3 keywords हैं that you don't have to forget. One is of course the line, India is the only G20 country on track to meet its Paris target ahead of schedule. By achieving net zero by 2070, this will require, underline, whole of the government. How many of you know this term now? Whole of the government? सुना हमने? Whole of the society. See, whole of the government simply means all the organs of the government, which means inter-ministerial coordination, policy coordination should be there. Whole of the society approach, which means you include everybody. It should be inclusive. Balancing growth, एक अच्छा keyword है, environmental stewardship. What is stewardship? Stewardship means just like a guardian. You take responsibility of environment. Okay, so you need growth, everybody needs growth, but not at the cost of environment. So this is a keyword you can use again and again. Balancing growth with environmental stewardship, right? Okay, have you heard of sometimes कि a river is given a living entity status? ठीक, उसमें भी this principle is invoked. Principle of environmental stewardship. Okay, again, bold domestic reforms, global collaboration. India can become a green superpower, something of this sort we can talk about. Okay, fair point. Now, let's come to, this is a direct linked derivative topic, clean energy transition. What is clean energy? Just underline. Non-polluting, renewable or low carbon sources. So it includes all the three. Solar, wind, hydro, nuclear, etc. All of that. Now, India targets net zero by 2070. Some ये आपके दिमाग में प्रिंट हो जाना चाहिए. Okay, energy independence by 2047. Panchamrit goals announced at, and with every subsequent COP 29 अभी 30 फिर से हम रिपीट ही करते रहेंगे इसको. Now, the moment we are talking of energy, which SDG comes to my mind? SDG 7. And even when the new Delhi declaration happened, we also spoke about low carbon pathways. Okay, now a couple of terms or words which India has also highlighted. Deep decarbonization. Deep decarbonization, ठीक है? अब सवाल पहला क्या बनेगा, कैसे करेंगे, right? ये तो सुन लिया हमने. Because many times if you get how to do that, you should know all the technologies. So this is number one thing, is this directly first intersects with some part of science and technology also, right? Why clean energy transition is crucial, which I know everybody understands here, right? It is important for energy security. Underline, India imports 85% crude oil, 50% natural gas. ठीक है? अब होगा क्या? If you have renewables, you can cut the dependence, stabilize the prices, very important. Enhance strategic autonomy. And here again think of USA and compare USA, लिखो USA post shale gas discovery, yes or no? Earlier USA was very much interested in Middle East. I'm not saying it is not interested, but I'm saying it was very much interested, right? So there were oil wars, there was oil economics, oil ki geopolitics. But now after the post shale gas discovery, what is USA doing now? It is more looking inwards, yes or no? So from that angle we can also make a comparison that energy security happens to be a very important factor, yes? Second, economic growth and jobs. So of course it will generate a lot of jobs, just underline that. PLI, production linked incentive scheme. Climate and health. Air pollution has caused so many deaths. Clean energy will improve air quality, right? So respiratory deaths can decrease. अब इसमें जो आप पॉइंट्स मिस कर सकते हो वो है ये दो लास्ट के. One is rural development. In most of the points, try to link it to rural also. Try to link it to indigenous communities. And also I've mentioned India's leadership. Now, in rural development, decentralized, again important, solar, bioenergy. So energy access, okay, PM Kusum scheme hai. So we mentioned the scheme also. And at the leadership level, अब आपको ये सारे याद आ रहे हैं. Now you will tell me very quickly. ISA was launched in COP 21. The year was 2015. One of the initiative of COP is One Sun, One Word, One Grid. When was this launched? COP 26, 2021. Global Biofuel Alliance launched in which COP? The answer is no COP. This is an outcome of G20 New Delhi Summit 2023. Okay, and I can give even more examples here, right? Green diplomacy ke leadership ke etc. So this is one. Why clean energy transition is crucial. Ab specific point kya ho jayega? Clean technology powering India's transition. So there is a long list. Solar, wind, green, you even have battery storage, smart grids, Bioenergy, waste to energy. You see a lot of these terms being in the news. Electric mobility, CCS, yeah, CCUS, carbon capture, nuclear and hydropower, right? So, pehle agar if a question like this comes, we should be able to know, bhai, what is the different types of technology, how you can enable this, right? A similar thing we have also done, I think just iski tarah ka ek point humne ye bhi dekha hai, right? This is overall, it also includes lifestyle, but if the question is more specific to technology, I have a huge list of technology which I can write. Now, one by one, let's see this. Solar mein, and all this you can directly link it to our target, yes or no? 500 gigawatt, keh sakte hain? This was added in Panchamrit. National Solar Mission is a part of National Action Plan on Climate Change. This we know, one sun, one word, one grid. PM Kusum. India added again 2.5 gigawatt solar in 2024. You can remember that. Now with wind energy, there is a focus on offshore. You know what is the meaning of onshore and offshore? What is onshore in winds? From sea to land. So there is directly there is going to be turbine that is going to work. So for example, Tamil Nadu, the coastal states have very prominent onshore. But what is offshore? On land, deep inside, right? So even that can be there. But there is also hybrid, okay? And there is also talk of combining both of them, solar and wind. Okay, so that is also there. A lot of installed capacity is there. Wind energy mein later on what you can add, the top 3 states with the potential of wind energy, right? Agar aisa koi question aayega, to try to show both. On the coastal part also show which states are leading, but on the inland also, which will be the part of offshore. So we can mention both of them. Now, green hydrogen mein we've just seen the name of mission. Ye hai 5 million metric tons by 2030. Right? It is very important for decarbonization. We will use this keyword. And even for exports. Right? Then, see, one of the thing is, for example, battery energy storage. Now, why is battery energy storage a very crucial factor? Ye batao. Kyun important hai? Bilkul sahi, right? So, abhi sabse bada challenge right now is even if you generate more energy, where will you store it? Yes? So that is why battery energy storage is important. And the issue is, ultimately, if you are able to pack a lot of energy in a very small battery, ye best hoga, right? And with battery, the issue is then battery disposal, battery storage and battery safety. That is another component of this, okay? So we have a PLI scheme also for this. Sodium ion, solid state, this will be a new. We also have lithium ion, etc., etc. I can give examples. Smart grids and energy efficiency. Smart meter mission. PAT is perform, achieve, trade. What is BEE? Bureau of Energy Efficiency. Okay. This is again, please, under the Ministry of Power. Demand side management की बात कर रहे हैं, तो again smart grids, energy efficiency is one. Bioenergy and waste to energy. So of course you have Global Biofuel Alliance, Satat. Ab isme I'll just tell you a couple of keywords on waste to energy. Can you tell me technologies used in waste to energy? हाँ, good, good. और उसका opposite सोचो when you don't have oxygen. Pyrolysis, good. और कोई? चलो देखो W2E waste to energy में some examples I'll write. Incineration is heating. I'm writing heating as like this, in the presence of oxygen. Another thing is pyrolysis is also heating, but absence of oxygen. Okay. Plasma gasification, again same, heating at high temperatures, plasma being a state of matter. Any other thing? Biomethanation, again this is also how we create biogas. Now biogas, is biogas produced in the presence and or absence of oxygen? Anaerobic. All these are some of the prominent waste to energy technologies. waste to energy technologies. अच्छा, that एक second. ACC means Advanced Chemistry Cell. So there is a national program for Advanced Chemistry Cell Batteries, ACC. वो है battery storage से related. So हमारी PLI scheme is related to a PLI scheme for Advanced Chemistry Cell Battery Storage. Yes, battery fire also is a challenge, right? Now, Satat scheme. This is again related to transport using this, turning waste into wealth. So fair point. यहाँ पे एक और लिख सकते हो, National Bioenergy Mission. This is one of the more recent missions. Bio-energy missions. Biofuels के बारे में I think I'll just have a talk with you after a point of time. Other than that, mobility के लिए there is a e-drive, FAME, EV systems with battery swapping charging infrastructure that we can write. Carbon capture storage में काफी points हैं, जैसे IOCL, NTPC, ONGC working, but point is, ये रुक जाओ, I think in the next slide only this is mentioned ना, तो मैं आपको यहाँ बताता हूँ फिर carbon capture. Then next is nuclear and hydro. Okay, expansion of small modular reactors. Now these are becoming more popular. The traditional reactors, they will take more space. They are modular in the sense they can be installed and they can also be dismantled and can be installed in some other area. So they are becoming very popular. Small modular reactors. Okay. Other than that, pumped hydro storage, again this is more decentralized for base load stability. So this is what we can say. Now, अब आते हैं what are the persistent challenges here, and then again we'll see some of the other components. सबसे पहला issue है grid and storage deficit. First thing we are saying is transmission bottlenecks. क्यों होते हैं transmission bottlenecks अपने यहाँ? One is already we have AT&C losses high. Other than that, we have a lot of electricity theft. Yes or no? We've seen Katia and all of that. People. So again, one other issue is also people non-payment of dues. I can even add more issues, for example. So transmission bottlenecks are huge. We need a lot of investment here. And by the way, how are these discoms doing? Are they generating a lot of money or under a lot of stress? We have discom के लिए scheme है Uday, UDAY. That is for the turnaround of these discom companies. Okay, they have a challenge. Fossil fuel, अभी भी अच्छा खासा fossil fuel है हमारे पास. There are subsidies. This will distort the price. So imagine from companies' perspective, those who have to generate energy. For them, everything is based on fossil fuel. So to reimagine all of that requires a lot of time. Discoms, we've just seen a financial week. यहाँ पे लिख लेना, there was a Uday scheme for their turnaround. Although the scheme is slightly older now. Other than that, huge import dependence. Just say 63% solar imports are from China. Other than that, second last point, you would have heard about this. Land conflicts and biodiversity impact. Now, here the case is related to Supreme Court for the conservation of Great Indian Bustard. Now, bustard does not have a frontal vision and it overall has a very poor vision. What happens because of this? It collides into the electricity transmission wires. Now, Supreme Court way back in 2022 judgment. The case name is M.K. Ranjit Singh versus Union of India. Ranjit Singh being a famous IAS officer turned conservationist. Supreme Court ने बोला you should explore एक तो bird diverters and second underground wires. Right? This was carried out for almost 2 years. Okay, many projects and many side projects were done. But issue क्या पता चला? This is very expensive. Right? So finally this could not happen. And then one of the verdicts that was mentioned was that this is not the only reasons why GIBs die. Okay, there are many other reasons also. Other reasons should also be controlled, which means habitat destruction, overexploitation. Okay, so this could not be done finally, right? तो केस याद रख सकते हो. तो अगेन चैलेंज क्या होता है? लैंड कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स, बायोडाइवर्सिटी. सो अगेन जैसलमेर बस्टर्ड कंजर्वेशन डिस्प्यूट्स वर देयर बिकॉज ऑफ दिस. EV में भी, see, these are only few points. I can even mention more points. Financial को मैं अलग से भी लिख सकता हूँ. It is not just the discoms, but overall there is an issue of money available. How much money does India need for net zero? $10 trillion. Again, overall issue is also there with technology also, here also. There will be common points. Now, EV gaps, there are only very limited public charging stations, which is why with EVs there is a term that is known as range anxiety. For example, you have to go for 200, 300, 400 kilometers. You don't know when the EV will stop, right? ये डर लगेगा हमेशा. That is known as range anxiety, right? Although most of, let's say, the EV will say in one charge you can go up to 250. Up to 250 can also be 50, right? But up to 250, that is also true. So this is a challenge that is known as range anxiety. Fine. So I think you will understand this. Now let's come to CCUS. क्या नाम है इसका? Carbon capture, utilization and storage. Although there is another term that is known as CCS. The only difference being U. U means utilization. Now, you are capturing CO2 या तो industrial source से या power sources से. CCUS में you are utilizing it for fuel, for chemicals, or you can even store it underground. Saline aquifers है या depleted oil fields, in all the areas this can be done. I'll first tell you a couple of very famous example of CCS. देखो, CCS can be done geologically. It can also be done terrestrially, which means a simple case of afforestation can be done. And this can also be done technologically, industrially. So there are many ways to do it. Geologically means storing it in rocks. I'm storing carbon dioxide deep in rocks, and for this the best kind of rocks are basaltic rocks. Now, there is a company, अब ये तो factual है, इसको जरूरी नहीं है, याद रखो, Climeworks करके कंपनी है. This created the world's first and the largest DAC's direct air capture. Okay, and I'll also give you one more example. This is known as the Carb Fix project. Both these projects are in Norway. What they are doing? Storing carbon dioxide deep inside geological rocks formation and basaltic rocks. So one is direct air capture, उसमें भी हम यही कर रहे हैं. This I am directly taking from the air. Air is there, तो air में भी carbon dioxide होती है. How much carbon dioxide is there in air? सोच के था. 0.6. Okay. If I say 78%, that is nitrogen. 21% oxygen, right? So carbon dioxide is very minimal, and it is it can be 0.03 and even 0.04%, very minimal. But because of anthropogenic increases, this number is slightly more. So this can be captured by the air. There is a company known as Climeworks which can do that. Carbfix project bhi hai. In the project, what was being done? Carbon dioxide was captured and was stored deep inside the basaltic rocks. But it can also be stored in saline aquifers. It can also be stored in depleted oil fields. Depleted oil fields se koi fayda nahi hame, right? We've already extracted all the oil, etc. from that. So you can also store carbon here. If you're storing it only, then the thing is, it is carbon capture storage. And why are you storing it so much? Because see, let's say this is air. This CO2 will create a blanket. If I take some of the CO2 and put it inside, what will happen? CO2 will reduce. That is one way to reduce this CO2. Fine. So if you're able to do this through various geologically, through plantation, through other technological processes, this is helpful. Right? Now, The importance, and CCS में you are just storing it. US is one step beyond. जो stored carbon है आपके पास, this carbon you can again use it for let's say fuels, chemicals. You can even use it for biofuel plants, etc., etc. Depends on how much and howsoever you want to use it. अब इसका फायदा क्या है? It is going to help in decarbonizing steel. It can be, so it will cement, all of this generates a lot of carbon dioxide. If you remove that carbon dioxide, it will help in decarbonization. Secondly, this can also be used in production of blue hydrogen. And finally, you can, from blue hydrogen, you can create a green hydrogen. Yeah, there are different colors of hydrogen also. अब जैसे CCS में, I can also give example to you of blue carbon. What is blue carbon? Carbon that is stored. तो देखो यहाँ पे carbon capture and storage की बात हो रही है. So I'll just tell you a couple of colors also. See, in carbon storage, one very obvious is green carbon. What is green carbon? Think of plants. Then there is blue carbon is for ocean and coastal ecosystems. And third one is, abhi in the news in the recent times, so in storage I can give you three examples. One is green carbon, simply stored in plants. Blue carbon is carbon stored in ocean and coastal ecosystems. One of the best example it can be mangroves. And then there is teal carbon, non-tidal freshwater wetlands. India's first teal carbon study has been carried out recently in Keoladeo National Park. This is in Rajasthan. And we also know, when we'll do wetlands, you'll also recall there is a Ramsar Convention for wetlands, and in Ramsar Convention there is something known as a Montreal Record. Right now India has two sites in the Montreal Record. One of them is Keoladeo, other one is Loktak Lake, very close to Cable Lamjaw National Park. Okay. Okay. So CCS is storage, US is utilization and storage. It can capture a lot of carbon. Just see, this is a factual point. Norway, इसी की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ. Norway has Northern Lights, of course, but Norway has some other Climeworks and Carbfix are also projects. So Norway में दो projects लिखना. Climeworks is the name of the company, and there's also Carbfix project. They've been able to substantially capture major amounts of carbon dioxide. These are world's prominent projects. Okay, UK also has a similar model, net zero clusters to capture carbon. US also has a model of putting taxes and credits related to storage and capture of carbon. Now let's come to the way forward here. Overall, what can be done? See, grid and storage modernization is what we can go through. In general, modernization will be helpful, but what do you need in modernization? Technology and finance. Fine. So green energy corridors can be created. Revamped distributed sector scheme. Stable and transparent policy. Long term certainty होनी चाहिए. देखो, one of the issue in climate finance etc. is climate वाले projects long term होते हैं. They take a long time, right? In that time, the challenge can also be the policies may change. All right. So you want to have a long term tariff policy so that there is certainty. The DISCOMs don't have any issue as such, and we should be able to enforce renewable purchase obligations. Are you aware of this term? RPAs, so जैसे for example, if there is a company, okay, or let's say there is a DISCOM, a company has to mandatorily take its energy from renewable. This will also ensure that we have an accurate mix of renewable versus non-renewable. That can be done through renewable purchase obligations. Obligations मतलब आपको इतनी % energy renewable से करनी है. If this is mandated for other energy companies, other sectors, this will be a good step. Then, finance and innovation में again we've seen these terms: expand green bonds, VGF, carbon credit trading scheme. Push on the domestic sector. This we are seeing again and again. PLI, right? PV for solar photovoltaics, batteries, electrolyzers. Electrolyzers be especially for green hydrogen production are very expensive. Okay, that is why the cost of green hydrogen is expensive. So that can be a challenge. Ultimately, you have to focus on just transition. You have to reskill. Okay, deploy this is district mineral funds, etc. for green industries and jobs. You can integrate CCUS in certain missions. So this I think is self-explanatory. In industrial sectors and clusters, you can integrate carbon capture, which means even if you're producing something, how much carbon is getting captured or used in that process. Now, international collaboration, of course, to access to loss and damage fund, global environment facility, green climate fund, and technology transfer via other institutions and mechanisms can also be there. And one keyword we have seen again and again is decentralized solutions, which can include agrivoltaics, rooftop solar, microgrids, etc. Main thing is rural inclusion. So broadly speaking, I think we have had an idea and understood we have to focus on technology, that is modernization, on finance, coordination, and lastly is decentralization or local solutions. Broadly are these points, and more specifics are the points that you have seen right now. अब देखो इसको, just see how we are linking some of the points. So energy independence 2047, net zero 2070. You want to blend renewables, green, and even CCUS, sustainability, inclusivity, and ultimately advancing SDG 7. We can also say SDG 8 related to work, and finally SDG 13 that is related to climate action. Okay. So we can be Atmanirbhar in clean energy. This is also what we can talk about. All right. Again spoken about in the speeches, etc., that we want to be energy independent by 2047. Yes, sir, we have had very ambitious targets in that sense only. Yes. Percentage will vary. That specific part I'll just tell you within. Initially that was a small amount. Now we're increasing that, because ultimately if you want to have 50% split, तो target बढ़ाना पड़ेगा. ठीक है? Okay. We'll start this topic onwards after the break. ठीक है? चलो, it is 2:07 right now. We meet at 2:45. 3 will be then too long. Then with other topics will take more time. चलो 2:45 पे try करते हैं. ठीक है? The people who are watching this online, I'll be sharing a new link for the other remaining part. If there is any doubt till here, you can just drop a text in case I have not been able to address your doubts.